targeting Hamas terrorists. As the war unfolds here in the Middle East, a showdown is brewing in the U.S. Congress. Back in Washington, House Republicans are pushing for a vote this week on $14.3 billion in aid for Israel and only for Israel. GOP lawmakers are rejecting the Biden administration's request for a combined Israel-Ukraine aid package, putting them on a collision course potentially with the U.S. Senate. Joining us now, the top Democrat in the House, the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, thanks so much for joining us. We'll get to the congressional funding fight in a moment, but I want to start with Israel's war against Hamas. You were just here in Israel, I know. An IDF spokesman confirmed to me a while ago that it was an Israeli airstrike that hit Gaza's largest refugee camp earlier today. Israel says the strike was targeting a senior Hamas official that it claims was the leader in the October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. We don't yet know how many civilians were killed in today's strike on that refugee camp, but is taking out one Hamas leader or maybe two Hamas leaders who may have been there worth the deaths of so many civilians?
Well, I support Israel's effort to defend itself. It has not just the right to defend itself, but the responsibility toward its citizens and its sovereignty in the face of a brutal, horrific attack that took place on October 7th. And for the good of Israel, for the good of the region, for the good of America, the free world, and for the good of the Palestinian people in Gaza, we need to make sure that Hamas is defeated. At the same time, as President Biden has consistently said, it's our hope and expectation that Israel will follow the international rules of war, particularly as it relates to mitigating and deploying every single measure to try to limit, if not eliminate, civilian casualties. And I hope that that will continue moving forward.
So did you think that Israel violated that law today in attacking that Palestinian refugee camp in the hopes of killing a top Hamas leader?
I'm unfamiliar with the particulars on the strike, and so I'll reserve judgment, but I know that Israel is taking every effort to continue to conduct this necessary war following the international rules of warfare, and I would expect that it will continue to do that.
Let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Congress right now. The new House Speaker Johnson says he expects the standalone Israeli aid package to come to the House floor on Thursday. Will Democrats support this? Does it have enough support to pass this new aid for Israel?
Well, we're going to have a leadership meeting to discuss it tomorrow, and then on Thursday morning we'll convene as a caucus. But here's what I can say. President Biden has been an incredible leader in terms of articulating the special relationship between the United States and Israel, and also setting forth the need to make sure that we continue to have Israel's back and look out for Israel's safety and security, while at the same time, of course, being there for the people of Ukraine in its war against Russia and Vladimir Putin's brutal aggression, as well as making sure that we're there for other allies throughout the free world, and that we're providing humanitarian aid and assistance to Palestinians in Gaza who may be in harm's way, and others throughout the world. That is the package that was sent to us in both the House and the Senate. The Senate is prepared to move forward in a bipartisan way. House Democrats are prepared to move forward in a bipartisan way. President Biden continues to lead in a bipartisan way. Extreme MAGA Republicans are on an island all by themselves, and they want to irresponsibly condition aid to Israel when Israel is at war and fighting for its very existence in many ways. That's irresponsible.
Have you actually spoken privately, Leader, with the new House Speaker Johnson about the plan if this bill goes nowhere, let's say in the Senate?
It's my expectation that I'll have a conversation with him at some point, either tomorrow or on Thursday, and we'll continue to express the position that there is a bipartisan path forward here that House Democrats are ready and willing and able to find the common ground necessary to meet the national security needs of the American people, to keep the government open, to avoid a government shutdown, and do what is necessary to solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers. That's been our position from the very beginning. That will continue to be our position. The time for brinksmanship is over. The time for gamesmanship is over. The time for partisanship is over. We wasted about 3 weeks on the House floor in the middle of the House Republican Civil War. It's time to put that behind us for extreme MAGA Republicans to stop trying to go it alone and to join us in a reasonable, responsible, normal way to meet the needs of the American people and to be there for our allies throughout the world, including Israel and Ukraine.
Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush is facing bipartisan criticism, as you probably know right now, after she actually accused Israel of engaging in what she called an ethnic cleansing campaign. How do you respond to your Democratic colleague?
Israel is not conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel is not engaged in genocide. Israel was brutally attacked in the most horrific way on October 7th. It has resulted in the largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust. And Israel is in a position where it is responding and going after Hamas. That is a necessary and urgent project for it to complete. At the same time, we are, of course, going to make sure that we are providing the humanitarian assistance necessary to Palestinian civilians who may be in harm's way through no fault of their own. That's also one of the reasons why the package that has been put forward by President Biden should be considered in its totality. This is a dangerous world that we are all living in right now. This is a heavy time in America and throughout the world, and we shouldn't be playing partisan political games, which is what it appears the extreme MAGA Republicans are prepared to do this week, and that's unfortunate.
The Democratic leader in the House, the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, always good to have you with us in this situation. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
And thank you. And coming up, there's growing alarm over rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the United States. What the FBI director is now saying about this danger. And I'll get an update from the New York State Governor, Kathy Hochul, after authorities took a person into custody following a series of online threats.
Good answers, Hakeem Jeffries. A song by Paul Beckman, Paul Rainbow song, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world, created October 31st, 2023, Halloween. Good answers, Hakeem. Good answers, Hakeem. Good answers, Hakeem. Good answers. Good answers, Hakeem Jeffries. Good answers, I say. Good answers, Hakeem Jeffries. Jeffries. Good answers, Jeffries. Good answers, Hakeem. Good answers, Hakeem Jeffries. Good answers, I say. Good answers. Good answers, I say. Good answers. Oh yeah. Good answers. Good answers. Good answers. Hakeem Jeffries. Good answers, good answers, good answers, good answers, good answers. Hakeem Jeffries. Hey, 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 hey.
First on the casualties, reports on the ground for as many as hundreds of killed and wounded. Those on the ground responding to this saying that many more victims still buried under the rubble, so they're still assessing the exact extent of those casualties there. And then in terms of the target, of course, the IDF says the target of this was a Hamas leader involved in the October 7th attacks, Ibrahim Biari. They say they successfully struck and killed him and other Hamas fighters. Hamas is denying that Biari was killed in this strike. What is clear is this was an enormous munition or munitions in a very densely populated part of Gaza in this refugee camp. An enormous munition that had collapsed as many as 40 homes around that target and possibly collapsed underground tunnels as well, which added to the destruction. That part is clear. How many civilians are victims, we don't know yet. And whether the strike was successful in its goal, as described by the IDF, we don't know yet, or at least don't have it confirmed on the other side. But it is clear from the view of this and the video that we see just how big a strike this was in a highly populated, densely populated part of the Gaza Strip.
All right, Jim Shuno reporting from northern Israel, not far from the Lebanese border. Stay safe over there as well. Thank you. I want to get reaction right now from a spokesperson for the Israel Defense Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much for joining us. First, on this Israeli strike on the largest Palestinian refugee camp in Gaza, is taking out one Hamas leader inside that camp and possibly some other Hamas targets, is it worth the deaths of a large number of innocent Palestinians, many of them women and children?
Hello, Wolf. Thank you for having me on the show. I would exercise a lot of caution relying on reports coming out of Gaza I remember how the event in the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City started with reports of 500 dead and then 800 dead, and I know how it ended. We were blamed for killing many Palestinian civilians then, but it later became apparent what had happened, and it also became apparent that the number of civilian casualties was greatly inflated by all of the so-called authorities in Gaza, which is basically saying Hamas. Now, I'm not saying that there are no civilian casualties. What I am saying is that we struck an important military objective. This Ibrahim Bayari, who was a battalion commander who was leading operations and fighting against Israel as he was targeted, he and many dozens of enemy combatants were in a tunnel complex underneath the ground. We struck that tunnel complex and that caused it to collapse. And it is our assessment that dozens of Hamas operatives were killed. Those are casualties that should be factored in any report of casualties coming out of the Gaza Strip. And I also understand that there is significant structural damage around, and that is because Hamas built that vast tunnel complex underneath the buildings, and it probably collapsed as a result of the strike. We have to put into context that this is the same area, northern Gaza, that we have been asking Palestinian civilians, non-combatants, to evacuate for almost 2 weeks. Most Palestinians have, but I really ask and would want to understand, why have Palestinian civilians either been forced or chosen to remain in that area in direct risk of their own lives? They should move to the south. They should not be in a war zone, in a main combat area, and it's not too late to call on all Palestinian civilians in northern Gaza, please evacuate to a safer area in the south, because northern Gaza is an active combat zone and Hamas uses civilians as their human shields. Today's event is a clear example of it.
Lieutenant Colonel, all of us have now seen the pictures, the widespread destruction in that refugee camp. Even if Israel was trying to target Hamas underground tunnels, as you say, this refugee camp was massively hit. Doesn't Israel still have a responsibility to try to avoid civilian casualties, even if Hamas is among them? How can Israel say it's minimizing civilian deaths right now when Israel went in, bombed that refugee camp, presumably killing some Hamas leadership, but also in the process killing a lot of women and children?
Again, Wolf, you keep repeating women and children, all of that. We haven't seen confirmed numbers of it. We're seeing reports coming out of a party to the conflict. I have not seen confirmed numbers of any of the civilian casualties. I understand that there may be, but I would recommend caution when claiming that they have been killed. And we've seen this in the past, where many times it takes weeks and even more to really understand who was killed in any specific activity. And I think that we should be cautious when claiming that there were non-combatant casualties. We issued video of the strike, and in that video, everybody can see clearly that our bombs struck in between the buildings. Not on buildings, but in between the buildings, because we were aiming for the tunnel complex where the Hamas combatant commander was. We didn't strike buildings. If we would try to strike buildings and cause civilian death, of course the situation would be different, but we are not. And we continue to operate according to the laws of armed conflict. We continue to distinguish. We continue to use proportionate force and use the least amount of force that we can do in order to achieve the military objective. This case was an important military objective. A senior Hamas operative, commander, and dozens of Hamas combatants. That is why we struck the area, and we will have to continue to look into the information coming out and verify the information and understand how many of those dead are combatants and how many were not. And I wouldn't want to rush into conclusions and immediately say that there were lots of non-combatants. We know of dozens of Hamas combatants that were killed. And I think we should be careful when reporting about it.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriguez will continue this conversation down the road for sure. Thank you once again for spending a few moments with us.
Thank you.
And coming up, the FBI's chief's warning of a truly historic level of anti-Semitism in the United States as hate towards Muslims and Arabs also is on the rise in the United States. And the New York Governor, Kathy Hochul, joins us live with an update on the threats against the Jewish community at Cornell University, with a person now taken into custody.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV when crack. Safelight came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive, with a replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool.
You're all set. So your home is safe and smart.
We're gonna miss you.
You can check it on your home,
Our miss system, we should go.
manage your system from virtually anywhere, and get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Consumer Cellular, this is Sam. How may I help you? This is a butt dial. Well, somebody's butt. Just thought I'd let you know that with Consumer Cellular, you can get the same exact coverage as the leading carriers, but for up to half the price.
An official message from Medicare.
Often, things look the same, exactly the same, until you take a closer look. At Medicare.gov, you can easily compare all your options and see the real difference. Find a plan that offers you more, or saves you money. Wouldn't that be nice? Plans change every year, so can your health. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare prescription drug and health options at Medicare.gov.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy.
It looks like nutritious food, and it is.
I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. Precise measure means the perfect fit. The Bathfitter tub over tub process means no mess or stress. A custom-made tub and seamless wall mean a watertight fit. Premium acrylic means it lasts a lifetime. And all this together means a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
Dr. Garcia?
They're a sign of bacterial infection.
Press Gum detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Press saves the day.
Press.
How long have you been tracking the value of our car? Should we sell it?
We hold.
Our low mileage is paying off. You think we should?
Hold.
Already sold the Carvana.
Go to Carvana and track your car's value today.
Confused by the Medicare ABCs? If you have Original Medicare, then you have Parts A and B. Have you considered Part C? Medicare Part C is sometimes known as a Medicare Advantage plan. If you only have Medicare Parts A and B, there are 3 things you should do. 1. Call the number on your screen. 2. Give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3. See what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. 1, 2, 3. It's that easy. Call now to enroll during the Medicare annual enrollment period. There may be a plan available in your area with benefits, but you won't know unless you 1. Call the number on your screen now. 2. Give the licensed insurance agent your zip code. 3. See what Part C plans with benefits are available to you. Everyone on Medicare can call today for a free Medicare benefits review. The call is free. There's no obligation.
Call 800-898-5442. That's 800-898-5442. Call now.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN. 2 top Biden administration officials are sounding the alarm right now about the growing threats to Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities in the United States, which have skyrocketed since the Hamas attacks against Israel. Brian Todd is monitoring this story for us. Brian, how seriously are they taking these threats?
Seriously enough to testify in the Senate today, Wolf, and speak in very serious terms over threats all over the U.S. connected to this war. FBI Director Christopher Wray says the conflict in the Middle East raises the threat of a domestic attack here in America to, quote, a whole other level.
From America's top law enforcement and homeland security officials, a frightening assessment of the atmosphere of fear now surrounding the Jewish and Muslim communities in the U.S. since the Israel-Hamas war began on October 7th.
In the days and weeks since, we've responded to an increase in threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities and institutions across our country.
Director Wray.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and FBI Director Christopher Wray, in Senate testimony today, said the ongoing war has ramped up the threat landscape inside the U.S.
Our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives.
Wray says it's not just violent extremists inspired by foreign terrorist organizations who are a threat to the Muslim and Jewish communities in the U.S., but also lone wolves who've targeted those groups since October 7th.
We've already seen that with the individual we arrested last week in Houston who'd been studying how to build bombs and posted online about his support for killing Jews. And with the tragic killing of a 6-year-old Muslim boy in Illinois in what we're investigating as a federal hate crime.
The top Jewish and Muslim civil rights organizations in the U.S. both report huge spikes in incidents targeting their groups. The Anti-Defamation League says since October 7th, there's been a nearly 400% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in America.
This is like a virus. It's spreading across the country, around the world.
And the Council on American Islamic Relations says complaints of incidents targeting Muslims in the U.S. have been about 3 times higher since October 7th than they were during the same period last year.
There's no way to really give you a sense of the incoming flood of calls. It is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with people reaching out with various requests for help, some of them really traumatized by what has happened to them.
Like a family in the Chicago area who put up a Free Palestine sign in their yard. They got a letter saying, remove the sign or burn. In upstate New York, a person is now in custody in connection with a series of threats against Jewish students at Cornell University.
When you look at the plots and the individuals who've been arrested, they're almost pedestrian in nature. These are average citizens that are drawn into an online environment that encourages them to commit these acts.
FBI Director Christopher Wray says the Bureau is combating these incidents on multiple levels, deploying joint terrorism task forces, undertaking hate crime investigations, and gathering intelligence. But experts who monitor extremism tell us we're likely nowhere near an end to the domestic threats connected to the Israel-Hamas war. Wolf?
Brian Todd reporting for us. Brian, very disturbing information indeed. Thank you. For more on all of this, including that person in custody right now in connection with the anti-Semitic threats at Cornell University, I'm joined by the governor of New York State, Governor Kathy Hochul. Governor, thanks so much for joining us. What can you tell us, first of all, about this person of interest, as this person is described, and what police are learning from them about what's going on at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York?
Well, thank you, Wolf. And as soon as I had heard about these threats, I immediately raced to Cornell to sit with students yesterday morning. And we were in the Center for Jewish Living. Wolf, these young people are scared. And to have seen online posts that called on others to follow Jewish students home and to murder them, it just sends chills down your spine. So I told those students that I would leave no stone unturned. We'd work hard. I left the state police in charge, working closely with the FBI and local law enforcement. And I said we're going to work really hard to bring an end to this and to the fullest extent of law prosecute any individuals involved in what is a hate crime at the federal level and at the state level. We learned today that there's a person of interest who's been questioned in now the custody of the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force as well, but started with the state police. And that's all I can reveal about this now, but this is an ongoing investigation, and the message is clear. You will be caught. You may think that you can be anonymous and post what you want, but there will be consequences, and this will be an example of how serious we are taking these threats against New Yorkers.
Does law enforcement, Governor, have enough evidence already to officially charge this so-called person of interest?
That's not something I can talk about right now. I'm sure a case is being built, but I don't want to jeopardize the success of any kind of prosecution, so I won't speak anymore on this substance, other than these students will sleep a little bit better tonight knowing that there is a person of interest in custody, and that's what I want to give them, some relief to the enormous stress they are under. And whether it's a Jewish student or a Palestinian, Muslim, people are under enormous distress right now, and the emotional toll that these hate crimes are taking it's cruel, and it has to stop. And I gave a major speech on this today talking about how the rise of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, people feeling so vulnerable, going to their synagogues or their mosques or their classes. This is not who New Yorkers are. We're calling it out. We're standing firm. We'll support law enforcement and let people know that the state of New York will have their backs and take this seriously.
As you know, the New York City area is home to the second largest Jewish population in the world after Israel. What is the threat level there right now as far as the Jewish community is concerned, and what are you watching for most closely?
Well, it was already escalating. I did some events over the summer, another one in September, calling on people to be more vigilant, to tell them there is an increase in anti-Semitic posts, certainly more so than others, but a rise in all hate crimes. But we also have to be looking out for each other. We have law enforcement on high alert. I called on our campuses to do what I asked them to do, make sure that they have a hotline so students feel at ease to report what they see and hear, whether they themselves are the victim or they see someone else having to be subjected to this kind of hate speech or actions. So I want all those forces, and I just put $75 million on the table today to help local law enforcement, help secure these facilities. Those young students yesterday at Cornell asked me for one thing. They said, can you give us more security cameras right here so we don't have to worry so much? And I said, yes, we'll make sure that happens. So it's all about security features. It's about awareness. It's about letting law enforcement know this is our top priority so people can finally feel safe again. But I think you're right, and I hate to say this. I don't think this is the end yet. We have a long way to go to start restoring the civility and the respect for different people's religions and beliefs that has never been perfect, but it's certainly in rapid decline since October 7th. And we have to start pulling ourselves back and being a model to the rest of the nation and the world about how New Yorkers are feeling very passionate about their views, but you can be passionate about your beliefs, but it doesn't mean that you have to be harmful or hateful to another New Yorker.
Governor Kathy Hochul of New York, thanks for all you're doing. We really appreciate it. We'll continue this conversation down the road. Sadly, this subject, this hatred, is not going away. We'll take a quick break. Much more news right after this.
Thank you.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too.
Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front, next on CNN.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision working in lockstep puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Lowering bad cholesterol can be hard, even with a statin. Diets and exercise add to the struggle. Today it's possible to go from struggle to cholesterol success with Leqvio. With a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by 50% and keep it low with 2 doses a year. Common side effects were injection site reaction, joint pain, and chest cold. Ask your doctor about twice yearly Leqvio. Lower, longer Leqvio.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for Sam, who makes
everyday products designed smarter.
Genius! Like 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So Sam can make smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? Could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
We've got questions about Medicare plans.
Well, we've got a lot of answers. How can I help?
Well, for starters, do you have a Medicare plan I can actually afford?
How about a plan with a $0 monthly premium?
Well, that's a great start. What other benefits can we get?
Things like dental, vision, and hearing. But let me help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Ooh.
Don't wait. Call 1-888-65-ATNA to get answers to your questions and pick a plan that's right for you. And let's make healthier happen together.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Hey, Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
That's easy. I'll dial the time back to 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
But then I would get the time travel.
Let's go way back. I want to ride a pterodactyl.
What?
What?
You tripping right now. I done sat at the wrong table again. Where is my real family, Abby?
There have been 3 murders. Where do we find the truth?
You have a fabulous energy.
We continue.
I speak for the dead.
Guaranteed drama with that one.
I saw demons. Then we must be careful.
I will not be next.
A haunting in Venice.
Even on a bright day, all I could see was darkness.
Ending my life just stopped the pain. Went from a fantasy to something I thought was just a matter of time.
I was exhausted. I had nothing left. I was done.
I felt so alone.
You're not alone in the fight against depression. Join more than 1 million men who have visited headsupguys.org and found the support, tools, and strategies needed for recovering from depression. Headsupguys.org. Better starts here.
I'm Jake Tapper in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
Israel's blood supply has become a critical resource, especially during wartime. I visited Israel's unique shielded underground blood bank that processes and tests the country's entire blood supply and got a glimpse of the protective measures that ensure its survival from an attack. On the surface, it looks like an ordinary office building, but it's what lies beneath that makes this facility one of a kind.
You can't really live without blood, and there's no artificial blood.
Just outside of Tel Aviv, nearly 50 feet below ground, lies what is believed to be the world's only shielded underground blood bank.
All the blood comes here, and we process it.
Israel's entire blood supply is processed and tested here at the Marcus National Blood Services Center, operated by Israel's Magen David Adom.
The whole idea of this place is because we built it in a shelter. So we are now actually in a shelter under convention.
Deep below the ground.
Yes.
Because this presumably would be a major target for Israel's enemies.
Absolutely. And we were very concerned about the people, poor, and the blood, of course, the blood inventory. So in the case of siren now, or rockets attack, we are all protected. It's a shelter.
The organization actually moved into the building on October 9th, just days after the Hamas terror attacks. It is now more vital than ever in a country at war.
We distribute the blood to all the hospitals and to the army. When we evacuate a patient, either the civilian or the military ambulances or helicopters, they get blood on the way to the hospital already, provided by us.
There are 3 levels underground, each level more secure than the next, and all designed to operate even if there is a direct attack. On the first level, they sort, label, and test the blood.
So we are now in the testing laboratory, which we call the Mega Lab. The idea is that we put all the tubes in here, and everything is automated. It's like hands-off.
So this is the state-of-the-art technology.
Absolutely, absolutely. Then the results are transmitted to the main computer system, to both the file of the unit and the file of the drone. So here you can see they're waiting for their turn, and once they can go on, they'll go in.
The center handles more than blood. They also handle plasma. Plasma is used to increase volume when someone has lost a lot of blood. It is stored frozen. cold.
Too cold, minus 30 degrees.
So cold. Running all of this requires electricity, which is why the lowest level is key to the operation. So where are we going now?
Now we're going to the -3, the most protected place in the
lowest level.
building.
So we'll be deep underground.
Which will be the
So
deepest.
if the enemy of Israel were launching rockets or bombs and hit on the top, people in this building would be safe.
Absolutely.
It's like the whole building is like a bomb
The
shelter.
blood will be safe. Everything that we do will be safe.
The blood would not be destroyed. The power for the whole operation is protected by enormous blast doors that are some of the largest in Israel.
In emergency, when we get an alert from the IDF, we close the blast doors.
Professor Shinar says this facility is so deep underground it can withstand a chemical attack, poison gas, or biological attack, protecting life-saving blood and plasma for a country at war. We're very deep below the ground, so it's very secure. God forbid if a bomb came,
Absolutely.
this would be fine.
Yeah, and you can watch a window. We talked about windows, okay?
Yeah.
The outer window is a shelter window, which we close.
So it's secure.
Yeah, in peacetime we can open it so daylight can come in.
This is not peacetime now.
Absolutely.
No. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. I'll be back at the top of the hour for Aaron Burnett out front. Thanks for watching.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
Drive Time has a big announcement. An even easier way to buy a car. You make the deal yourself.
I made the deal myself.
It lets you customize the real down payment and monthly payment of the car you want to buy.
It's the Drive Time Real Deal Maker!
Get the real deal at drivetime.com.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Hello. Hello is friendly. Hello is open. It's welcoming. Everything we want to be when helping people find a Medicare plan during the annual enrollment period. So say hello to Hello Medicare, a one-stop shop for Medicare plans, including a range of all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans from the names you know. Learn, compare, even enroll, all in one place. No matter where you are in your search, whether you're just starting out or already have a good idea of what you want, give us a call. Our Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents are here to make things easy and help guide you to a plan that fits your needs. Because we get it. Finding the right Medicare plan can be challenging. Plans can differ by price or benefits. They can even differ by where you live. That's why we're here, to put it all together and be your go-to place for all the latest information, laid out right in front of you, in a way that's easy to understand. It all starts with a few simple questions, so we can get to know you better. Questions like, do you want to keep your doctor? And which benefits are important to you? Then, based on your answers, we'll match you with plans from well-known names in Medicare, giving you a complete picture of your best options. Next, we'll help you compare benefits, compare costs. It's easy. And when you feel good about your selection, we'll sign you up. Done and done. Remember, the annual enrollment period is here, and it ends on December 7th. So whether you're looking to save money or find better coverage, let's do this. Let's go find your Medicare plan. Call us today and speak with one of our helpful Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents. Hello, Medicare. Say hello to an easier way to do Medicare.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Out front next, live from Israel, eliminated. Israel says it's taken out a senior Hamas leader, but the strike devastating a Gaza refugee camp. One doctor saying hundreds have been killed or injured. Plus, escaping Gaza in just hours. A crucial border crossing is set to open for some of those in danger. as we're learning there are some 400 American citizens stuck in the Gaza Strip. I'll talk to a member of the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza. And the U.S. putting Iran on notice right now, warning if the attacks on American troops don't stop, the U.S. will respond. Let's go out front. Good evening. Welcome to a special edition of Out Front. I'm Wolf Blitzer in for Aaron Burnett. And tonight, live from here in Tel Aviv, there's breaking news. Israel claiming to have hit 300 targets in Gaza over the past 24 hours alone. One of those targets, a refugee camp just north of Gaza City, where Israel says a very senior Hamas commander was located. Explosions rocked the Jabalia refugee camp just hours ago, flattening apartment buildings and leaving behind a giant crater. CNN capturing a massive dark cloud rising over northern Gaza around the same time as the strike. Though CNN cannot fully confirm that the video shows the airstrike carried out of the Jabalia refugee camp. One eyewitness telling CNN, this is important, he was waiting in line to buy bread when several missiles were fired from an F-16, and I'm quoting now. There were 7 to 8 huge holes in the ground, full of killed people, body parts all over the place. It felt like the end of the world, end quote. The doctor of a hospital in the Hamas-controlled area says he's seen hundreds of dead bodies and injured patients. But an IDF official telling me tonight that the number of civilian casualties has been greatly inflated. All this comes as Israeli troops are pushing deeper and deeper into the Gaza Strip, claiming it's now killed some 50 Hamas fighters, as well as taking out firing positions, terror tunnels, and a large stock of weapons. Also tonight, we're learning that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, will return here to Israel this week, his third trip since the attack by Hamas. We have a lot to cover tonight. Nada Bashir is out front for us. She's live in Jerusalem. Jeremy Diamond is along the Israel-Gaza border. But I want to start with Nada Bashir. Nada, what is the very latest? What are you learning about this strike on the Jabalia camp?
Well, look, Wolf, we've been seeing devastating airstrikes like tonight's airstrike on the Jabalia camp for over 3 weeks now, with a devastating civilian toll. But the images, the videos that we have seen emerging from the Jabalia refugee camp have been horrifying, to say the least. And of course, there is still question over the full extent, over the civilian death toll and the casualties. We've heard from doctors on the ground who say that there are hundreds amongst those killed and injured in this latest airstrike. But of course, as we know, there are still people believed to be buried beneath the rubble of what once were their homes, people still digging, searching, hopeful that there may be survivors. But as we have seen for more than 3 weeks now, devastation like this always comes with a horrifying death toll. Take a look at the scene. Horrifying scenes of utter despair. Where is she? This man pleads, but everything here is gone. Part of the Jabalia refugee camp, among the largest and most densely populated in Gaza, now turned to rubble. The latest target of Israel's relentless air campaign. The IDF has claimed responsibility for the airstrike. The target, they say, a senior Hamas commander killed in the blast.
We were focused again on a target, a senior commander.
But this attack, this massacre, as doctors in Gaza are describing it, has hit civilians hardest. Emergency response teams work desperately in the hope of finding more survivors. But outside Gaza's overwhelmed Indonesian hospital, corpses line the street. The number of those killed and injured, according to the hospital's director, already in the hundreds.
They were just in their homes. Children, women, the elderly. We have no idea what to do. The injured are everywhere.
Inside the hospital, mothers with their children, wounded and traumatized. But outside, survivors continue to dig through the debris of what once were their homes, desperate to find loved ones buried beneath but all fearing the very worst. Some of the videos which have emerged from the aftermath of the airstrike on Jabalia are simply too graphic to show. Doctors tell CNN their bodies were found charred and dismembered. This nightmare comes after residents in northern Gaza were warned by Israel to evacuate southwards. But many simply cannot leave. And while Israel denies carrying out collective punishment against the Palestinian people, but scenes like this, reflected across the Gaza Strip, show that it is civilians that are paying the price. And look, Wolf, there has been fierce criticism of this latest airstrike. As we know, the Jabalia refugee camp is densely populated. It is amongst the largest refugee camps in the Gaza Strip. And what we have seen for over 3 weeks now is the civilian areas in the Gaza Strip, which has been under a blockade since 2007, coming under these relentless air bombardments by the IDF. We've heard those evacuation orders for civilians in the north to evacuate southwards. But we are still seeing airstrikes being targeted in those southern areas. And for many in Gaza that we've been speaking to, they tell us there is simply nowhere safe for them to turn. Wolf?
Nada Bashir, live in Jerusalem. Thank you very much. Right now I want to go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond. He's in Ashkelon. That's not very far from Gaza. Jeremy, what is the latest where you are, and what else are you learning there?
Well, Wolf, even as the images emerge from the Jabalia refugee camp of wounded and deceased women and children, the IDF is standing by this strike that it carried out on the Jabalia refugee camp, insisting that it struck a military target and that it was a military target of very high value. They say that's the case because they say that in this strike they were able to kill Ibrahim Biari, the commander of Hamas's Central Jabalia Battalion. They say that Biari was not only responsible in part for the October 7th terrorist attacks that were carried out here in Israel, but also because he was in command of the forces of Hamas fighters in northern Gaza, who have been confronting Israeli forces in that expanded ground operation that was launched 5 days ago. What we're also learning, Wolf, is that Biari, according to the IDF, appears to have been in those underground tunnels beneath these residential buildings alongside other Hamas fighters, and that when Israel struck that site with some kind of munition that was able to penetrate the ground, the IDF says that the other buildings around it collapsed because of the underground tunnel system, and effectively putting the blame on Hamas for embedding itself in civilian populations as you look at the civilian death toll here. Now, Israel claims that it takes extraordinary precautions, of course, as it relates to civilian casualties, but we have watched, Wolf, over the last several weeks as the death toll of civilians, when you look at children in particular, according to the Hamas-controlled Palestinian Ministry of Health, more than 3,000 children have been killed in this conflict over these last 3 weeks. Now, today, Wolf, we were actually in Sderot overlooking the Gaza Strip, and we saw what appears to have been that Israeli airstrike that was carried out on the Jabalia refugee camp. You can see this enormous plume of smoke that emerged from the direction of the Jabalia refugee camp, and we saw this at the very same time as that airstrike appears to have taken place, at approximately the same time. Of course, we cannot fully confirm that this was the strike, but you can see that the sizable crater in the images from the ground, and in this video, this very sizable cloud of smoke emerging around the same time. Wolf?
Yeah, very disturbing indeed. Jeremy Diamond, live in Ashkelon, Israel, not far from Gaza. Thank you very much. Joining me now, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He's the Israel Defense Forces International spokesperson. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks once again for joining us. As you know, Israel said it took out a top Hamas commander in that strike on the Jabalia refugee camp earlier today. Hamas strongly denied that that official was even at the camp. Are you absolutely certain, Lieutenant Colonel, he was there and you got him?
Well, if Hamas said so, then of course we should believe it, shouldn't we? They're only a terrorist organization that has the longest track record of lying, killing, murdering, abducting, and mutilating bodies. In all seriousness, yes, Ibrahim Biari was killed, and along with him were dozens of other Hamas combatants. They were running operations, military operations, against our forces in a tunnel complex underneath the Jabalia area. They were in a very big tunnel. We struck that tunnel after we understood that Biari and the other terrorists were there. I can confirm that he is dead. And just as we have issued names, faces, and titles of more than 50 Hamas operatives that we have been able to eliminate over the last few weeks, his name is now on that list. I want to say we do not target the civilian population. We target Hamas operatives, and the fact that there may be civilians affected by the fighting is because Hamas embeds itself under the civilian population and uses them as their human shields.
So as you point out, the IDF keeps on saying today that it killed approximately 50 Hamas terrorists and hit 300 targets in Gaza over the past 24 hours or so. How many more Hamas members does the IDF want to get, and how many targets do you have left to hit before you end this military operation?
It's a good question, but it's difficult to say because what we're trying to achieve here is the overall effect. The effect here and the military aim is to dismantle Hamas, to get to its leadership, and to make sure that there are no military resources and capabilities in the Gaza Strip that will be used again in order to target Israelis, as we saw in the atrocities of October the 7th. At this stage, I cannot say how many operatives that would mean and how many seniors we will have to kill and how many tunnels, etc. What I can say is that our troops are now on the ground, going and searching and engaging with the enemy on the ground in their strongholds, and Jabalia was a Hamas stronghold. That is why our troops are there. That is why we struck it, and we will continue to do so. We are committed, focused on defeating Hamas and making sure that never again will a terrorist organization in Gaza have the ability to strike Israeli civilians.
As you probably know, Hamas just said tonight that none of the hostages that the group is holding in Gaza have been rescued, despite the IDF saying yesterday it did in fact rescue an Israeli soldier named Ori Megidish. Hamas suggested that Megidish could have been held prisoner by another group. Do you know if that's accurate?
Anything that Hamas says is first considered a lie, and it's only proven true if someone else verifies it. That's how we regard anything coming out of Hamas's mouth, especially when it comes to the psychological warfare efforts that they are conducting using those poor Israeli hostages that they are holding. We're talking about not more than, but 240 Israelis that are currently in Gaza, held by Hamas and under the responsibility of Hamas. And frankly, I don't think it matters so much who held them and what and where she was held. The important thing is that she is now home, reunited with her family, and we are very committed to getting each and every of those Israelis, 240, that are being held illegally in direct violation of humanitarian law and the law of armed conflict. They're holding civilians and military personnel illegally, and of course we are going to get them out, whatever the efforts need to be taken.
Hamas also said today, Lieutenant Colonel, that it will free some of these foreign nationals, the hostages they are holding, in the coming days. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I can say that there are 240 Israeli hostages held in Gaza, probably underground, and I know that Hamas is also holding other people in the Gaza Strip and preventing them from exiting. Many dual nationals and internationals, hundreds and perhaps even thousands of them, and they're holding them and preventing them from exiting as well. So it's no surprise that Hamas they have this practice of holding people against their will above and below ground. We have tried to coordinate the safe evacuation of internationals twice. Twice it has been thwarted by Hamas. They don't want internationals to leave. And I'm frankly, each and every press statement issued by Hamas, every movie of hostages that they release, and each and every piece of information, it's lies and more lies and nothing but lies. They've said in the past that if we wouldn't stop bombing, this was 2.5 weeks ago, if we wouldn't stop bombing them, they would execute hostages and show videos of it. and then they're saying, oh, actually, hostages have been killed by Israeli bombardments, and now they're saying different things. It is less important what they say. What matters is what is done. What is done is that we have saved one of them, rescued one of them, and we are committed to getting all of them out by whatever means necessary.
Lieutenant Colonel Conriquez, thanks once again for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Up front next, our breaking news continues. The U.S. revealing tonight that there are approximately 400 American citizens stuck in Gaza, as a critical border crossing is now set to open for some of those desperately trying to get out of the Gaza Strip. Plus, the battle over protecting Israel, the divide deepening between Republican leaders over providing Israel with crucial funding, and new evidence tonight that Trump's grip on the Republican Party is actually tightening, even as his legal troubles continue to mount.
1 down, 9 to go.
Hey, what are you doing out here?
I just had something picked up.
Oh my gosh, I'm having something delivered.
Carvana.
You know Carvana. Bought it, scheduled it, and here it is.
You think Carvana's good for buying? You should try selling one.
Buy
or sell
your car with Carvana today.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects are nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Got a feeling I can't escape it. Feeling good, but yet the great, 'cause I reinvent.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Admit it. You use my Old Spice body wash.
I'm not letting hotel soap near my skin. It's the lavender mint for me.
Get that. Savannah, if you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
We're back with our breaking news live here in Tel Aviv. The Rafah border crossing in southern Gaza now set to open in the next few hours to allow 81 seriously wounded Gazans to receive medical treatment in Egypt. That's according to an Egyptian border official. But still no word on when that crossing will open to the thousands who are trying to get out of Gaza right now, including some 400 American citizens, according to the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. Also tonight, Israel's Prime Minister under growing global pressure to increase humanitarian aid into Gaza following that strike on Hamas targets in the largest refugee camp in Gaza. And joining us now, Hisham Hanna. He's the Red Cross spokesperson who's been based in Gaza since 2019. He's currently in southern Gaza for us. Hisham, thank you very much for joining us. As you know, an IDF attack on the largest refugee camp in Gaza has caused many casualties. Are you hearing anything about this blast? What do you know?
Thank you for having me. They're receiving from Jabalia refugee camp, which is, by the way, one of the most densely populated area in Gaza Strip and world, are completely tragic. The footage we're receiving about babies coming out of the rubble is heartbreaking, and this is one of the things that we have warned about since the very early hours of this escalation, is that civilians always pay the heaviest toll with every round of escalation. And we urge both parties to spare civilian lives.
The IDF also says, Hisham, that it struck 300 targets inside Gaza over the past day or so. The devastation clearly is growing. What are conditions like where you are in southern Gaza?
Well, our view of Gaza is severely tragic. I mean, I can see endless lines of people waiting for long hours, waiting for some bread and bottles of water that's not even suitable for human consumption. We have tried to successfully manage to visit some of the hospitals across the Gaza Strip, especially in the north and Gaza governorate. And we witnessed tens of thousands of internally displaced families without any access to the basic needs. No water, no food, zero privacy, and complete lack of hygiene, which is potentially could lead to an environmental risk or a spread of cholera, for example. This also creates an extra pressure on the humanitarian and medical teams working and operating in these hospitals for non-stop for many weeks now without any reinforcement.
So what do you need most right now, Hisham?
This is exactly what we need, a sustainable entry of an inflow of the humanitarian aid into Gaza Strip. We appreciate all the efforts that led to the entry of this number of aid trucks, or trucks loaded with humanitarian aid, but this remains a drop in an endless ocean of increasing humanitarian needs as time passes. Each hour, each extra day in the lifetime of this conflict equals more devastation, more dire needs in the humanitarian sector in Gaza. And this could only be solved by humanitarian pause and sustainable, safe, and secured entry of the humanitarian aid. One of the key challenges that the IRC faces is the lack of safety of security of our team on the ground in Gaza. We cannot get so far to all the areas of the Gaza Strip on a timely basis.
Even as you work to bring relief to others, Hisham, I know you are all living through this yourself with your wife, your young son. I certainly understand your wife is pregnant and could give birth as soon as potentially tonight. First of all, how is your family doing?
Well, thank you for mentioning this. My wife, we're expecting a baby anytime soon, and it has been one of the scariest nights a few nights ago when the telecommunication system was completely cut off across all of Gaza Strip. Many families could not call for an ambulance or civil defense to come rescue them. Hospitals received news about the casualties and influx casualties from the casualties themselves who managed to arrive to the hospitals via their neighbors or friends or cab drivers who delivered them to the hospital.
Hisham Hanna, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck to you. Good luck to your wife, your entire family, and let's stay in touch.
Thank you so much.
Out front next, the new Republican Speaker of the House is trying to pass an aid package for Israel, but the bill is causing a divide among Republicans. Can it even pass? Plus, The U.S. issues a direct threat to Iran, warning it will respond if the attacks on U.S. forces don't stop.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. For the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding your back is back. Or finding psoriasis can't deny the splendor of these thighs. Once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Issa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for half the cost. I'm the one who wins. Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Kate's going big and going home for the holidays. That's the plan. At Michael's, she got everything to make cookies that were anything but cutter. Turn ideas into I did it.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
To bring the stories that matter to the masses.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Whoa. Cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Did you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Discover the fine art of relaxation and rejuvenation. The perfect place to watch the world go by. Big waves, big smiles. There's always something to do. Just 10 minutes from downtown Victoria. Come for a day, a week, or forever. Come and play in Oak Bay, Victoria's seaside destination.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Welcome back to a special edition of Out Front, live from Tel Aviv. Tonight, the new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, announcing he plans to hold a vote Thursday, on a $14.3 billion funding bill for Israel. But that bill already may be a non-starter for both parties. First, because Johnson plans to fund the bill with $14.3 billion in cuts to the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. The bill also leaves out any funding for Ukraine's war against Russia, something that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is against, and has created a clear split among Senate Republicans. Listen.
It would be a huge mistake to separate this package.
So I think the Speaker's smart to separate out the Israeli aid.
It's not acceptable to abandon Ukraine.
He is going to not put Ukraine aid together with aid for Israel, and I completely agree with him.
CNN's Melanie Zanona is out front for us out on Capitol Hill. Melanie, given what we just heard, what's the fate of this bill?
Well, Wolf, it's really uncertain at this moment. House Republicans are supporting the Israel-only approach, but Democrats are against it. And meanwhile, Senate Republicans are really divided, which has just further complicated matters up on Capitol Hill. In one corner, you have Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and defense hawks like Lindsey Graham, who argue it is in the interest of national security to have a broader package that includes Israel, Taiwan, Ukraine, border security money. But in the other corner, you have Senate conservatives who say they don't support any more money flowing to Ukraine and are insisting that these two issues be delinked. So really, it is all pit Mitch McConnell against members of his own party and put him in line with Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. Let's listen.
The House GOP package is woefully inadequate, has the hard right's fingerprints all over it, making aid to Israel, who just faced the worst terrorist attack in history, contingent on poison pills that help ultra-wealthy tax cheats.
We'll see if the bill comes out of the House, and if so, what kind of margin it has. My own view, I just expressed, is that we need to treat all four of these areas. All four of them: Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and the border.
So the House and Senate really on a collision course here. And meanwhile, there was also a divide in the Senate today over the confirmation of Jack Lew to be the next ambassador to Israel. This is a post that has been vacant since July, but there was a new sense of urgency to get this done since the war broke out. But Republicans had concerns over Jack Lew's role in the controversial Iran nuclear deal in 2015. Lew has served under the Obama administration in numerous capacities, including White House Chief of Staff and also Treasury Secretary. But in the end, this vote was 53-43, with just two Republicans voting to support him, Lindsey Graham and Rand Paul. Wolf.
You just need a simple majority to be confirmed as the U.S. ambassador. Melanie Zanona, thank you very much for that report. Out front now, Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts. He sits on the House Armed Services Committee and served four tours of duty with the U.S. Marines in Iraq. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for your support, your involvement in all of this. If the House does vote on the standalone funding bill for Israel, do you plan to support it or oppose it?
I mean, for what I've seen right now, Wolf, I can't support it because the Speaker is politicizing aid to Israel. He's politicizing our relationship and fundamentally politicizing our national security. We all know that Ukraine and Israel are both fighting for freedom. They're both important to our national security, to send a message to terrorists and dictators around the world that you can't mess with us or our allies. And the way that they're trying to separate them, I mean, it's interesting that the two quotes you got, Rick Scott and Rand Paul in the Senate, supporting separating these out, two isolationists who know nothing about national security, whereas Mitt Romney and Lindsey Graham, I mean, they're two Republicans I don't often agree with, but they certainly understand national security. They understand that Ukraine is important to our national security as well, and that's why they want to keep this package together.
The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, today tried to make a clear link between what is happening with Israel's war against Hamas and Ukraine's war against Russia. Listen to this.
This is all one fight, and we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we start to peel off pieces of this package, they'll see that, they'll understand that we are playing whack-a-mole while they cooperate increasingly.
What do you say, Congressman, to your fellow lawmakers who don't see this the same way?
I mean, one of Hamas's biggest allies is Vladimir Putin. He came out and supported Hamas. So we're going to send a message that we don't like Hamas in Israel, and therefore we're giving aid to Israel, and yet we're supporting Vladimir Putin's, essentially victory over Ukraine by not providing Ukraine the defenses that they need to maintain their freedom. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. And of course, I sit on the China Committee, Wolf. One of the things that we understand is so important to deterring and preventing war in the Pacific, preventing Xi Jinping from deciding that he should go ahead and invade Taiwan, is showing the world that dictators will be stopped. Xi Jinping is watching Ukraine like a hawk. He wants to understand if we're going to give in and let Vladimir Putin win, because if we do, that sends a message to Xi Jinping that he can go ahead and invade Taiwan and potentially start World War III in the Pacific. So again, Ukraine and Israel, they're both allies, they're both important to our national security, and that's why we need to continue to support them in their fights.
You know, in a related development, Congressman, today we learned of even more attacks against U.S. forces in both Iraq and Syria. A total of at least 27 known attacks since October 17th, 16 in Iraq, 11 in Syria, according to the Pentagon, including areas you know very well from your own service in Iraq. This, as U.S. officials have warned of an elevated risk of a spillover war. How should the U.S. respond to these attacks?
It's a great question, Wolf, because the administration and the U.S. military have a very difficult deterrence challenge on their hands. They need to send a message to countries like Iran and the militant groups that they support that they cannot get away with attacking U.S. troops. But at the same time, they need to send that message in a way that does not spark a wider regional war, a war that Iran might well like. They know that it would be very challenging to Israel to have to fight on multiple fronts. And so Iran, a state that has declared that Israel should not exist, might be quite happy to have a regional war. So what the administration is trying to do is both deter these tactical level attacks, these low-level attacks on U.S. military facilities, while at the same time making sure that the larger picture, the strategic level deterrence of a regional conflict stays in place. That's a challenge that I think the administration has met well so far. But this is going to get increasingly difficult as the war in Gaza deepens.
Yeah, there's enormous concern among top U.S. officials this war could expand to include others in the region. Congressman Seth Moulton, as usual, thanks so much for joining us.
Good to see you, Wolf.
Out front next, we'll have more on Iran's flexing its military muscles. Washington is warning Tehran to back off or face the consequences. A special report is next. Plus, a new poll from an early primary state shows Nikki Haley surging into second place. But how does Haley fare against Donald Trump?
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We'll bring the stories that matter to the masses.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story,
One whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
A tree can be unifying, inviting diverse communities to gather over common roots. A tree can be innovative, effortlessly pulling carbon from the air. A tree can be noble, actively nurturing life in an uncertain world. The Arbor Day Foundation has been planting trees for 50 years, in every season and soil, every climate and corner of the earth. A tree can be transformational, helping us turn local action into global impact. That's why now is the time for trees. Lots of trees. Let's tell the world everything a tree can be. Because a tree can be a solution. Let's put millions of solutions in the ground together.
I'm Jim Sciutto in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
Tonight, Iran put on notice. The U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin with a stern warning tonight after Iran-backed groups have carried out more than 24 attacks on U.S. forces in both Iraq and Syria.
If this doesn't stop, then we will respond. We maintain the right to respond. We have the capability to do that, and we will respond at a time and place of our choosing.
A senior defense official telling CNN, and I'm quoting now, Iranian fingerprints are all over the attacks. CNN's Fred Plankin is out front with more on the country's growing influence in the region.
Iranian-backed Houthi fighters in Yemen with a show of force. While only hitting U.S. and Israeli flags in this exercise, the Houthis say they've also launched a massive, long-distance attack on Israel using ballistic and cruise missiles as well as drones. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that this operation is the third in support of our oppressed brothers in Palestine, the spokesman says. Israel confirms the attack, saying its defense forces managed to thwart it using modern air defense systems. But both the U.S. and Israel have long accused Iran of providing the Houthis with long-range weapons. We got a rare chance to film some of Iran's drone and missile arsenal at a military fair in Tehran in 2019. As the Israel-Hamas war continues, the Iranians are now also flexing their own military muscle. A recent large-scale exercise aiming to show Tehran's defense capabilities, but one of the commanding generals also making clear the Islamic Republic's goal is to destroy Israel. Regarding the message to the Zionist regime, he says, in fact, we announced the destruction of this regime, and God willing, we will witness it soon. Iran's military is not nearly as modern as the U.S.'s or Israel's. Many of its weapons are U.S.-made from before the Islamic Revolution in 1979, like these Vietnam War-era Cobra attack helicopters. But Iran influences or controls scores of militias around the entire Middle East, which Tehran says it can mobilize to not only attack Israel, but U.S. assets throughout the region. In an interview with Al Jazeera, Iran's president threatening escalation. The events we're seeing in Gaza are all red lines that are being breached by the Zionist entity, he says. The killing of women and children, the killing of more than 3,000 children is not something that any human being can reasonably or by conscience accept. Israel maintains it does not target civilians in its campaign against Hamas in Gaza. And the U.S. has sent 2 carrier strike groups and additional surface-to-air missile batteries to the region. The Biden administration warning Iran to back off.
That we will take our national security interests very seriously. We will protect and defend our troops, and we'll do it at a time and a manner of our choosing.
Fred, we know Iran and its proxies are a threat for Israel, but just how far-reaching is Iran's influence over there?
Well, the Iranians will certainly believe that they can challenge both the U.S. and Israel in the Middle East region. And it's not just the Houthis in Yemen and certainly also Hezbollah in Lebanon that are extremely close to the Iranians, but we've seen a flurry of Iranian and pro-Iranian Shia militias in Iraq and in Syria as well, especially in Syria. After the civil war there, where of course Iran was on the side of Bashar al-Assad. And there was one thing that a former senior commander of the Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran told me. He said, look, the U.S. needs to understand that next to every American outpost in the Middle East, there is a militia that's loyal to Iran that could strike at any time, Wolf.
Very disturbing developments indeed. Fred Plankton reporting for us. Thank you. Out front next, Trump's lead in a crucial state growing according to a new poll, now up by more than 30 points. Are there any Republicans who can stop him? And a warning tonight from the FBI director about the rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the United States. We have details when we come back.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at Viking.com.
The Medicare Advantage and Prescription Drug Plan annual enrollment period is now open.
Every year I have to listen to all these commercials.
We're sorry, Karen, and we know it's annoying, but we want to make sure everyone on Medicare knows it's time to check and see if they can enroll in a plan that will save money or include additional benefits.
I just want these commercials to stop.
Honestly, Karen, we do too, but this is the only time of year when everyone on Medicare can call and see if there are plans with additional benefits available in their area.
I already have a Medicare Advantage plan, so these commercials aren't even for me.
Well, Karen, plans may change every year, and the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available. The phone lines are open. Just call 800-331-5378 now. The Medicare annual enrollment period is the only time of year when all Medicare recipients can call and enroll in a new Medicare Advantage plan. This is also the time to call if you want to change plans. This enrollment period is only open for a limited number of weeks.
Do I have to call now for 2024?
2024 plans are available now during the annual enrollment period. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to take your call. Call now and get a free benefits review with no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-331-5378 now.
So, I can call and not sign up for a plan?
That's right. We just want to make sure everyone on Medicare gets information about plans with the coverage they want in 2024. You can call to check and see what plans with additional benefits may be available in your area.
I need to get that number one more time.
The number again is 800-331-5378.
Is the call free too?
Yes, the call and benefits review are free with zero obligation to enroll. Call now. Just call 800-331-5378 now. That's 800-331-5378.
It's time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I just said. Right. It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm, or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
Tonight, Donald Trump is tightening his grip on the Republican Party. A brand new CNN poll in the critical early early voting state of South Carolina has Trump leading with 53% among Republican primary voters. That's a 31-point lead over his closest competitor, Nikki Haley, who is notably the state's former governor. Her fellow South Carolina native, Senator Tim Scott, is trailing in 4th place. Out front now, Kristen Soltis Anderson. She's a Republican strategist and pollster, and Ashley Allison, the former National Coalition's director for President Biden's 2020 campaign. Kristen, let me start with you. Looking at these polling numbers in South Carolina, is Trump the inevitable nominee?
He's not inevitable, but he's pretty close. He's definitely the favorite, and his lead is very large. At this point, the best thing that he has going for him is that there are so many other people in the race that it's hard for non-Trump Republicans to consolidate around a single candidate. So long as both Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley stay in the race, that's the best thing that can happen to Donald Trump.
Ashley, the Department of Justice, as all of us know, has charged Donald Trump for interfering in the 2020 presidential election. But look at this, 67% of South Carolina Republicans say if the charges are true, it isn't relevant to his fitness to be president of the United States. Trump has consistently had strong showing in GOP primary polling numbers nationally. It seems like there's solid evidence now in this new poll that his legal problems aren't necessarily hurting him. Is that right?
Well, that seems to be the case, especially after multiple indictments have come down over the last year, and what we saw when those indictments fell was that his poll numbers went up, his fundraising went up. And a voter...
Kristen, go ahead, finish your thought.
Guilty. Even when we found in South Carolina that voters are saying even if he's guilty, it doesn't matter. That seems to be the trend and is really telling on where Republican voters are and most likely will help him secure the nomination.
Interesting. Kristen, Nikki Haley has moved into 2nd place in a recent Iowa state poll. Support for Ron DeSantis keeps slipping and slipping. And just moments ago, she had this to say about her rise in the polls. Listen.
It's pretty remarkable. We've gone up 10 points in the last 2 months. We continue to try and touch as many hands as we can and, answer every question.
Does she have enough momentum, though, to keep gaining ground on Trump?
Well, she'll need a really strong performance in this 3rd debate next week. If you believed that the first 2 debates didn't matter, just take a look at Nikki Haley's poll numbers and Vivek Ramaswamy's poll numbers. She put the hurt on him, and it really, really has shown with her rise and his fall. But that doesn't mean, even if she has a strong performance in the next debate, she's still got a very tough road to go, and a lot of people would need to get out of the race in order to make space for her to go after Trump one-on-one.
Yeah, that next Republican debate in Miami, that's coming up in the coming days. Ashley, should Democrats be worried about Nikki Haley?
I think Democrats should be worried about whoever is going to be the Republican nominee. No election is for sure going to go to one candidate or not. I don't think right now, the way it is trending, it doesn't seem like Nikki Haley potentially has enough time, and based on the poll numbers we just discussed, and that there's so many candidates in the Republican field still, that she could potentially overcome Trump and become the nominee. But if she is the nominee, or if Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, the Biden-Harris campaign is going to have to take this election serious, have boots on the ground, talk to voters, meet where they are. They cannot take this election for granted. The poll numbers are too tight, and there's too much at stake for our country.
Good point. Ashley Allison, thank you very much. Kristen Soltis Anderson, thanks to you as well. Out front next, a new warning tonight from the FBI director that threats against the Jewish community in the United States are reaching, and I'm quoting now, historic levels. We'll have that when we come back.
Weeknights at 8.
Tonight on 360, new reporting
To get the full story,
the will to fight. How important is that?
be unafraid,
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
have compassion,
That's real trauma, what you have been through.
seek truth,
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
and go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, next on CNN.
Only United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans come with the U-Card. One simple member card that opens doors where it matters for you.
What if we need to see a doctor away from home?
U-Card gets you in with Medicare Advantage's largest national provider network.
How about using it at the pharmacy?
Yes, your U-Card is all you need.
That's easy.
Can it help keep my smile looking good?
Yep, use your U-Card at the dentist. Say cheese. Get access to what matters with the U-Card, only from United Healthcare.
Life, diabetes. Each day is a unique blend of going, doing, and living. Lucerna Protein Smart with 30 grams of protein to help keep you moving. Uniquely designed with carb steady to help manage blood sugar response. Lucerna, bring on the day.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance. At each day start, as time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too. Jardiance may cause serious side effects including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to a sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction, and don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with the sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is a really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
Only the Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed lets you both sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side, and at your ideal level of comfort, your Sleep Number setting. And now, the new Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is only $8.99. Sleep next level. Shop now, only at Sleep Number.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in.
That I don't look the part.
But to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers.
Create spaces where we all belong.
And experience the joy of curling.
I belong here.
We belong here. We unite. And united we curl.
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv. This is CNN.
The war between Israel and Hamas is having alarming consequences in the United States. Today, the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, said it's becoming more and more dangerous for Jewish Americans and that anti-Semitism is nearing what he called historic levels.
The Jewish community is uniquely targeted by pretty much every terrorist organization across the spectrum. And when you look at a group that makes up 2.4% roughly of the American population, it should be jarring to everyone that that same population accounts for something like 60% of all religious-based hate crimes.
The ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, says anti-Semitic incidents are up nearly 400% since October 7th. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul announcing that a person is in custody in connection with anti-Semitic threats against Jewish students at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. That's just one of several incidents on college campuses across the country since the war began. And it's not just anti-Semitism that's on the rise. it's also Islamophobia. The Council on American Islamic Relations says complaints of incidents targeting Muslim Americans have increased nearly threefold since October 7th. And thanks very much for joining us. Aaron will be back tomorrow. I'll be back here live tomorrow in Tel Aviv starting at 4 p.m. Eastern, also for the Situation Room starting at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. AC 360 starts right now.
Good evening. This is the aftermath of an Israeli strike today in the densely populated Jabalia refugee camp. The UN says it's the largest such camp in Gaza. One eyewitness described the scene to CNN as horrific and said, quote, children were carrying other injured children. We warn you, the next video is disturbing. Many of the wounded and dead were taken here, the hospital closest to the camp. Witnesses telling CNN they believe a large number were killed, but we can't independently verify the actual number. The IDF confirmed the strike and said they were targeting and killed a top commander of Hamas in Gaza. Hamas denies the commander was even there. More on that in a moment in conversation with a representative from the IDF. Israel also said today that there were more strikes to the north that destroyed Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. And tonight there's late word that Secretary of State Antony Blinken is headed back to Israel Friday. He's also expected to visit other countries in the region as well, not clear yet which ones. A spokesman for what Hamas calls its military wing, meaning the people who planned, launched, and committed the October 7th terror attacks, says his group will free some hostages that they kidnapped, in particular foreign nationals. No indication when that may happen, only a claim that it would happen, quote, in the coming days. We're joined now by CNN's Nick Robertson near the Gaza border in Sderot, Israel. Nick, what do we know more about this airstrike?
We know the IDF say that they were targeting the senior commander from Hamas, that he was involved in the October 7th attacks, that he was actively planning more operations against Israel and had been involved over the past 2 decades in other attacks, significantly 2004 in Ashdod, an attack that killed 13 Israelis. Now, they say when they targeted him, he was with a number of other Hamas members. This does seem to fit the footprint of what the IDF is describing as their ground operations inside Gaza. The troops on the ground, when they identify Hamas targets, they call in airstrikes. This was a massive airstrike by all accounts, multiple impacts on the ground. The craters very deep. We do know that some of the airstrikes are designed to detonate in the tunnels that Hamas hides in. We don't know if that was the case this time, but the IDF indicated that he was hiding in tunnels, hiding behind civilians. But the devastation in this densely populated refugee camp in Gaza is the biggest of the 8 refugee camps there. More than 110,000 people living in that very tiny area, very densely populated. And the local hospital, the Indonesian hospital, the director there saying literally they were having hundreds of casualties, dead and wounded. They were treating them in corridors, on floors. The hospital completely overwhelmed. The image is of one of massive destruction, but the IDF very clear, saying they were targeting this Hamas leader. Hamas has come back, though, and said that he wasn't there. They're not saying if he's alive, they're not saying where he was, they're just saying he wasn't there, Anderson.
And what are we seeing, or what are you seeing in terms of airstrikes where you are right now?
Fighter jets overhead right now. We've seen helicopters, it appears, firing missiles into Gaza this evening. There have been very heavy detonations that we're hearing of heavy artillery being fired in. And I'll ask John, if you can just swing the camera around here, you can see some white lights there. Now, that's an area that was pretty dark until the last few days. That, we believe, is now an illuminated sort of gateway, if you will, into Gaza that the IDF is illuminating. And this appears to be, it's close to the Erez crossing, one of the principal crossings into Gaza, but this appears to be an area they're now floodlighting to better enable troops to come and go into Gaza by safety. But of course they wouldn't have floodlights on if they thought Hamas was around there. So I think this shows that the incursion into Gaza is now one that has a well-established beachhead, if you want to call it that, breach in their border to Gaza. We don't know how far the troops are getting into Gaza, how far they are into Gaza City precisely. What are they doing? Are they all on foot? Are they in tanks? Are they in armored fighting vehicles? But what we've seen in bases close to the border today, we've been further south along the border here, there are troops in combat vehicles forming up in columns, getting ready, it appeared, to go into Gaza and reinforce. And that is the message the IDF is conveying tonight. This isn't over. They call it a difficult battle space, a difficult one to fight in. They're not after creating civilian casualties, but they are not, and you can hear it, stopping this incursion. Anderson.
Nick Robertson, thank you. We have more on the camp itself by one of our reporters who had recently been there. First, I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Colonel, as you know, Hamas denies the commander in question was at the refugee camp. I know the IDF says it has intelligence that he was there and that he was killed. How can you be sure?
Yeah, he wasn't in a refugee camp. I agree with Hamas on that. He was in his tunnel complex under a populated area, which is where Hamas terrorists hide, trying to use civilians as their human shields. And yes, I can confirm that he is dead, just like we have confirmed the death of more than 50 Hamas operatives with names, locations, and their military importance and position. Also, Ibrahim Biari is dead, along with dozens of other terrorists. And frankly, I wouldn't trust a single thing that Hamas say, whether it's not who's alive and who's dead, and any situation about hostages and practically anything else.
What is the calculation the IDF makes in deciding on striking an area that you know is heavily populated? I ask this because, I mean, in war, soldiers make calculations in targeting, a person. Is this person's worth the loss of civilian life? Are they important enough that it's worth a certain amount of civilian loss? And these are it's a cold calculus to make, but all militaries make this. Can you just talk about how those decisions are made, or who makes them?
Yeah, they are made, as you say correctly, during wartime. War is horrible. The things that happen in war are never good and never positive. And unfortunately, we find ourselves in this war after we were attacked by Hamas. What we're doing now is striking back at Hamas and striking at its military facilities. In every combat in urban terrain, when there's still presence of civilians, which, by the way, have been called on us to evacuate for more than 2 weeks. This is northern Gaza. We've called on them to evacuate. About 800,000 have evacuated, 300,000 or so still remain in the area, which is regrettable. But in any case, the calculations that we do, like any military, is what is the importance of the military target, and how can that promote the achievement of the aims of the war, and what is the estimated cost in non-combatants. And then you try to decide, balance between those two. I can tell you that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of strikes that we avert in the early planning stages, or even once they're being executed, because we see that the balance between the military importance and collateral damage, as it's called in military speak, isn't good enough, and then we avert the strike, or we decide not to do it, or we give advance warnings, or we call ahead, and we do all kinds of things. But the bottom line is that it's always relevant. In this case, a senior, important combatant commander of Hamas that was running operations from his bunker complex underneath that neighborhood. That is why he and the other terrorists were struck. And yes, he is confirmed killed, to the best of the information that we have at this time. And hopefully soon we will be able to get our hands and weapons on more Hamas commanders. This guy, by the way, was one of the planners and the executors of the October 7 massacre as well.
How many Hamas leaders does the IDF believe are in Gaza?
Excellent question, very relevant, and really at the top of the focus of Israeli intelligence. Where are the commanders? How many of them have gone incognito and trying to embed themselves in civilian population? How many are trying to flee from Gaza using tunnels and other ways? Very, very relevant, and really at the top of our information information requirements. We are monitoring that. At this stage, I cannot say here what our assessment is, but we are aware of the common phenomena with Hamas. Whenever the going gets really tough, they will send expendables from their point of view to try to fight our forces, but the seniors, we will find them perhaps elsewhere, maybe in Qatar, maybe in other locations, but in relative safety. Usually the cowards that they are, they will leave Palestinian civilians to face the consequences of their aggression, and they will have the rank and file continue fight while they take big checks of money and leave the area. Unfortunately, not the first time that happens, but it's part of the calculation that we're seeing.
Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you.
Thank you.
And joining me now from Cairo, CNN's Melissa Bell, who went to the Rafah crossing today, where aid is still stalled, and in southern Lebanon, Ben Wiedemann, who visited the Jabalia refugee camp this past May. Ben, the IDF says that there were Hamas tunnels in this camp and that they killed a senior Hamas commander. When were you last at this camp, and was a Hamas presence evident there?
I was last there in May after another round of fighting between, at that point, Islamic Jihad and Israel. And no, there was no obvious Hamas presence there. What was obvious was that this was one of the most densely populated of Gaza's 8 refugee camps, and more than anything, what you would see in Jabalia was lots of children, more than anything else. Certainly not any Hamas fighters walking around. And, you know, I've been going to Jabalia for years, going back to 1993. And what always struck me going there was how many children were there. In fact, among journalists who regularly covered Gaza, they always said, you're going to Jabalia, watch out for the kids. There's so many of them. Not hostile, not aggressive in any way. Simply, you just had to manage the children while you tried to do your work. And this is, you know, you have that spokesman for the Israeli military talking about collateral damage. Anybody who watched the footage coming from the scene of that airstrike would have been struck by how many children were on the scene, how many dead children were being pulled out of the rubble. So perhaps there was a Hamas tunnel deep underneath the Jabalia refugee camp, but on the surface there were people, there were civilians, there were children who were struck in this, and CNN was able to speak to eyewitnesses. They talked about children pulling wounded children out of the rubble. One man who saw the strike said it felt like the end of the world. Anderson?
Melissa, do you know how much humanitarian aid actually got into Gaza today, in the south?
Well, what we saw today, Anderson, was a bigger proportion of aid getting through a 24-hour period than we've seen over the course of the more than 3 weeks since this war began. In all, there are now 217 trucks with 57 extra who made it through that slow trickle in the Rafah Gate through into the enclave. Just to be clear, whilst that is a bigger proportion than we've seen so far, Anderson, it is a tiny proportion of what is needed to meet the needs of the people inside. In fact, one aid worker described it as a drop in the ocean. To give you an idea, the UN's Children's Agency says that there is currently just 5% of the water needed in the enclave to meet the needs of the people inside. And so ever since Israel has declared this full siege, beyond the bombardments that Ben was just talking about, essentially what you're looking at is a policy of starvation, and that is close to where we're now getting inside Gaza.
What is the latest, Melissa, on whether the Rafah crossing will ever open for whether it's wounded civilians to get out of Gaza to be treated, or the Palestinian Americans who have been stuck there now for more than 3 weeks? I don't understand who's preventing the Palestinian Americans from leaving, because there's families who have been waiting there for weeks.
That's right, who headed there when this all began in the hope that they'd be allowed through. It was certainly what they'd heard. In fact, we are starting to begin to hear some word of movement on that. So a little increased aid has gone in, and what we're hearing is that for the very first time, 81 wounded Palestinians will be allowed through the Rafah Gate and to a field hospital that's been set up some 15 kilometers away by Egyptian authorities.
So that is good news to be able, at least for the first time, for the first civilians to be able to head out of Gaza. They've been entirely trapped so far. And to your question about the dual nationals, there are so many hundreds of them inside the enclave. We're beginning to hear that there might be some movement on that front too, although no confirmation for the time being, Anderson, that it will happen tomorrow. We're starting to hear that some of those dual nationals will make their way out. The difficulty here, I think, is first of all the very intense negotiations that have had to take place between Hamas, Israeli officials who keep a control function at that gate. It is their inspections that is making the entry of the trucks so slow, even at that one gate that leads onto Egypt rather than to Israel. It also takes their agreement for the civilians to be able to get out. It takes Egyptian agreement, and bear in mind that Egyptians have been very reluctant to open this crossing to civilians because, first of all, they don't want to be dealing with a refugee crisis. Second of all, they do not want to see the forced movement, displacement of the entire Palestinian people into the Sinai desert. So they've been very wary about this. The negotiations have been painfully slow, but we are beginning to hear that there will be some movement. Some of these neo-nationals will be able to make their way out. And bear in mind that to add to all of that difficulty, you have the question of the consular services that are going to have to be set up, sometimes for people who have no documents. This is an extremely difficult situation to deal with at the gate, but of course there are very desperate people on the other side of that crossing just hoping they're going to be able to get through, Anderson.
In bed on the northern border with Lebanon, what are you seeing?
Well, it's been relatively quiet today. Yesterday we saw a lot of back and forth fire between Israel and Hezbollah and other groups, significantly targeting further into the territory of the other side. But by and large, I mean, the situation remains very tense. We've seen that Hezbollah today had a funeral in one of the border towns for the 47th of its fighters to have been killed so far since the 8th of October when Hezbollah joined into the fight, so to speak. And we've seen almost 30,000 people who live along the border on the Lebanese side moving to safer ground further north. And a lot of the towns and villages along the border are largely abandoned at this point because people fear that perhaps worse is to come. Anderson.
Ben Wiedemann, Mosabel, thank you very much. Still to come tonight, more on that northern border with Israel. Fears of an expanded war in the north of Israel and Lebanon. Daily fights between Hezbollah and Israel. Jim Sciutto has a report coming up next. A lot more ahead in this hour. We also want to tell you of an update on Shani Loke, who was 23 years old when she was terrorized and killed by Hamas. You may remember her near-naked body was tossed in the back of a pickup truck. She was paraded by gunmen through the streets of Gaza while crowds spat on her and shouted, "God is great." Her mother and the world held out hope that she might be alive, but Shani was confirmed dead this week. We talked to her mother ahead tonight.
It's another ultimate endless shrimp.
Flavor drop.
With new tequila lime shrimp. One of 7 endless choices. Right now, only at Red Lobster. Welcome to fun dining.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life. Try today at eucora.com.
This is how Tosin lost 33 pounds on Noom weight.
I'm Tosin.
Noom gave her a psychological approach to weight loss.
Noom has taught me how you think about food has such a huge impact on your relationship with it.
Visit Noom.com and start your trial today.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
We're here. Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now. Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal.
Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
We have generations of lowriding in our family. We're not sworn in or born in. And that's important to me because the Serrano legacy continues.
Febreze. Your bathroom needs Febreze small spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze small spaces.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, there's Granger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Pandora. Loves. Unboxed.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno.
As we were discussing before the break with Ben Wiedemann, there's continued concern tonight that as Israel's military pushes farther into Gaza and casualties mount, that the already daily skirmishes to the north in Lebanon with Hezbollah could grow more violent. In fact, today Israel intercepted a missile launched from Yemen, which Israel opposite doesn't share a border with. Jim Shudo has more.
Israeli soldiers gaze north toward Lebanon, what they fear could be the next front of this war. And in fact, Israel and Hezbollah are already exchanging fire across the length of the Israeli-Lebanon border. IDF howitzers firing on Hezbollah targets and Hezbollah firing back. Virtually every village we visit along the border has come under fire. When you travel along the Israel-Lebanon border, you see things like this multiple times a day. The smoke rising there, the flames from a strike that just across the border inside Lebanon. Not clear if that was outgoing fire from Lebanon or incoming from Israel. We did just hear from the IDF and there's another explosion as we're speaking. And we heard of another exchange of fire just a couple miles down here. That wall you see along there, that marks the border between Israel on this side, Lebanon on the other. The threat comes from further afield as well. Today, Israel said its Arrow high-altitude missile defense system fired for the first time since the October 7th attacks, responding to a missile launched by Houthi rebels in Yemen. Israeli officials see one nation behind all these attacks: Iran.
There are many actors who are acting at the behest of Iran, including the Houthis, who are trying to challenge us and to distract us from the war in Gaza. We remain focused. We are focused on the war in Gaza.
Gaza remains the main thrust, but the IDF is attacking inside Lebanon and Syria multiple times a day. This strike, the IDF says, hit Hezbollah infrastructure. Funerals held for the last 2 days in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah saying nearly 50 of its fighters have been killed since the clashes began.
Jim Shudo joins us now from northern Israel. What are Iranian officials saying about the clashes between its proxies and the IDF?
The consistent answer from the Iranian foreign minister has been that these are the independent acts of forces, resistance forces, it calls them, HAMAS in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and others in Iraq and Syria. And while it is true that these groups operate with some independence, that of course denies the fact that it is Iran that arms them, that supplies, for instance, the missiles that the Houthis were firing today, and the arms and the training to Hamas and Hezbollah and others. And we should also note that even as Iranian officials deny responsibility for these attacks, the Iranian foreign minister noted that he has recently visited those fighters and the leaders of those groups in Iraq, Syria, in Lebanon, and each statement we've heard from Iranian officials has included a threat of its own. We heard the Iranian foreign minister warn that Israel has crossed red lines and warn again that everyone will pay a price for Israel's actions. Of course, sounds very much like threats, and it is the U.S. view that none of these groups operate without, we should say, Anderson, Iran's at least tacit approval for these attacks.
Jim Shudo. Jim, thanks. Joined now by Barak Ravid, a reporter, a Middle East expert who covers politics and foreign policy for Axios. He's also a correspondent for the Israeli publication Walla. Barak, thank you for being with us. I'm wondering what you are hearing about the ground operation in Gaza in terms of how many Israeli troops are actually on the ground. Have they gone to Gaza City yet?
Good evening, Anderson. I don't think they're in Gaza City yet. I mean, the plan as it is right now is to basically encircle Gaza City, both from the north, from the Gaza beach, and from areas that are northeast of Gaza City, and from the central Gaza Strip, with forces coming in from Israeli territory into Gaza and going then north to Gaza City. So basically Gaza City will be encircled. We're talking about more than 20,000 Israeli soldiers right now in Gaza. I think something around 3 armored and infantry divisions. This is a very big force.
You reported earlier that Hamas claims that it's going to release some foreign national hostages in the coming days. Is it clear to you how calculated their releases are in terms of propaganda or trying to weaken international support for Israel? I mean, how well organized are their releases?
Well, I think it can be both, meaning there is a possibility that Hamas will release some foreign nationals, as it did in previous weeks. It released 2 American hostages and then 2 Israeli hostages, and it's possible that it will release more. On the other hand, what Hamas is trying to do with those releases is to basically send the message to Israel that if it goes further into Gaza, it is putting those hostages in risk. And by the way, I understand, we're talking about almost 240 hostages in Gaza. Hamas is not holding all of them. We have to remember that. Hamas is holding the majority of them. It holds the majority of the soldiers, but it does not hold all the Israeli civilians that were taken hostage. And this is why Hamas has a problem to give the list of the hostages, because he doesn't know who they are.
I also saw some of your reporting which has not gotten a lot of attention, and I think it's fascinating. Israel is not paying the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank tax revenues that they are owed by under accords that were signed. Can you just talk about why they are doing that? Because it seems, clearly designed to weaken the Palestinian Authority at a very time when tensions in the West Bank are skyrocketing.
Yeah, it seems to me, maybe the word that you were looking for is crazy, because that's what it is. Israel is right now in a huge crisis in Gaza, in a war with Hamas. And at the same time, the Israeli Minister of Finance, the one thing that he needs to deal with right now is to basically suspend the transfer of the tax revenues that Israel collects for the Palestinian Authority, who is the rival of Hamas in the West Bank. Those tax revenues, why are they so important? Because this is the money that the Palestinian Authority uses to pay salaries to its security forces. If those security forces don't get paid, they will not do their job. If they don't do their job, there will be more terrorist attacks against Israelis in the West Bank, and the West Bank will also escalate. And the Biden administration asked Israel through several channels, and also the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, today publicly in a hearing in the Senate told them you need to release the money. Tomorrow there's an Israeli security cabinet meeting. This issue is going to come up. But this is really a self-inflicting wound in a moment where Israel really doesn't need any distraction than the war in Gaza.
Yeah, it was fascinating reporting. Barak Ravid, thank you so much.
Thank you, Anderson.
Coming up, 23-year-old Shani Loke was attending the Nova Music Festival when she was taken, later seen in this video in the back of that truck, partially clothed in Gaza. The IDF has now confirmed she was killed. A conversation with her mother, Ricarda, next.
Honey. Honey. Daycool Severe Honey. Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a honeylicious taste. Because life doesn't stop for a cold. Daycool Honey. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, honeylicious power through your day medicine.
We really don't want people to think of feeding food like ours as spoiling their dogs. Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating.
Get iPhone 15 Pro with titanium from Boost Infinite and transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's smart network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Infinitely better.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. Changing your habits is the only way that gets you to lose the weight. And Golo is the plan that's going to help you do that. Just take the first step. Go to Golo.com.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing websites and encrypt your online traffic. Get the deal now.
There's a serial killer on Highway 20. The case begins to shift.
We know who did this. We know what happened.
Lost women on Highway 20. Sunday at 9 on ID.
There have been 3 murders. Where do we find the truth?
You have a fabulous energy.
We continue.
I speak for the dead.
Guaranteed drama with that one.
I saw demons. Then we must be careful.
I will not be next.
A haunting in Venice.
Join me on my perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC. Well, that might leave a mark. And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Again, our breaking news tonight, Hamas claims it will release some foreign hostages in the coming days. Details, however, are scant. More than 230 hostages remain missing tonight. Some families have received, obviously, the heartbreaking news that their loved ones were killed, including now that of Shani Loke. She was attending the Israeli Music Festival, the Nova Music Festival, on October 7th when the Hamas slaughter began. As we reported last night, her remains were identified by a bone fragment from her skull. A source involved with her identification told CNN. Shani Loke was just 23 years old. People around the world first heard her name because of this horrific video that was posted online the day of the attacks. It's her in the back of a pickup truck, gunmen, their legs draped over her, holding onto locks of her hair, chanting "God is great" in Arabic, people in the crowd spitting on her while she's face down, not moving. As I said, the leg of that Hamas fighter draped over her. I spoke to her mom, Ricarda, the very next day, one of the first families to speak out, and even after seeing that video of her daughter, she remained hopeful. Ricarda Lowe joins me again tonight. Ricarda, thank you for being with us. I'm so sorry for your loss. When did you hear that Shani had in fact been identified?
On Sunday night, the military knocked on my door and they told us that Shani is not with the living anymore. And they identified a piece of her skull to be from her by her DNA, and an essential piece that the human being cannot be without this. So this really determined her death.
And have they actually been able to return her? Have they actually found her?
No, the body not. We cannot do really a real funeral. There is no body. That's the body we see on the video that we know of, that she was already dead when they transferred the body to Gaza. So we assume it's there.
I mean, so many people got to know you, got to know Shani, and obviously this is just devastating for everybody who knew her and loved her. What do you want people to know about your daughter?
As I said previous, also my daughter was very lively, and she liked to dance and she liked music. She was very creative, an artist, and she just loved life. She loved people. She had a really big heart, and she was always happy, and especially the last years, traveling a lot, meeting new people from all over the world, and she was really a big open heart, and and it's a pity that it ended really like this. She didn't deserve it.
You were so focused on gathering any information you could, on doing everything you could, as any parent would, and that to have it suddenly all stop is just this is also unthinkable.
Yeah, it was really a long, hard 3 weeks looking for any clues, being optimistic, and we had always hoped that she would return to us, no matter in what situation. And to be 3 weeks in the unknown, and you have no idea what's going on, where she is, what condition, really no signs and no information from the public, from the government, nothing. It was very difficult, and I don't wish this to any parent, any family member. Yeah.
You had thought you had gotten some possibly positive news at one point, and you and I spoke, and somebody, I think, maybe who had a contact in Gaza, had said that it was possible she was in a hospital. Was that just not the case?
Yeah, we don't know. We never got really a firm confirmation of this information. Nobody could give us really approval for this. And maybe the person just got mixed up, or, I mean, he didn't say that he saw her personally. He just knew that she was there, but it could be that it was another woman, not Shani.
Is there anything else you want people to know?
I just want that people, I mean, we would cherish her, how she was, the beautiful, joyful person she was, but we have to remember that there are still so many other hostages there, and they need to be freed, and they need to be freed as soon as possible, and everybody needs to set the right priorities to get them free. It's really terrible feeling to be in this situation where you don't know anything, and you don't know when they're coming out, if they're coming out, to be really blind of all the negotiations or what's going on, and just wait, and it's terrible. On one side, I'm happy that I have some kind of closure, even if it's a bad one, but at least we know she didn't suffer in the end, and she was celebrating until the last moment and had a good life. But we shouldn't forget those other hostages, and they need to be freed as soon as possible. Nobody needs to be in this situation.
Carlo, again, I really am just so sorry for your loss, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Well, next, here in the U.S., in some cities on college campuses, posters of kidnapped Israelis have been put up and then torn down, touching off clashes. That story's next.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places you'd rather be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's dual complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits.
Like, what kind of benefits?
We're talking credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items, too.
All that with just one card?
Yep. Only United Healthcare gives you the U-Card and much more.
I'll take more.
Get more of what matters at no extra cost to you with a dual complete plan, only from United Healthcare.
Hey, guys! Let's do it!
Protect your truck with laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners in the front.
It's perfect.
And rear. Under-seat storage system. No-drill mud flaps. The tech liner to protect the bed and tailgate. Bump step to guard the rear bumper. And the cup phone to secure your phone.
Yes!
Guys? Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50-plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
If you have missing teeth, Reset Smile is a life changer.
I used to be afraid to smile, and now I can't stop smiling. Reset Smile is an affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home at a fraction of the cost of dental implants.
You get an impression kit sent to your home, and you mail it back. No trip to the dentist whatsoever. They fit my mouth perfectly, the color matched up perfectly. I can eat with Reset Smile just as normally as regular teeth.
The best thing is, you get your confidence back.
Reset your smile. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 urologist recommended prostate supplement. And now you can find it in every Walmart nationwide. Don't ignore your prostate health. Get Super Beta Prostate.
We just shipped our millionth monthly coffee subscription box. We're sending custom thank you gifts to everyone on our team who helped us get there. I had to call Eric at Custom Ink. Custom Ink has been with us from the beginning, and he makes sure that we get everything we need and even reminds us of our own company milestones. This milestone, though, I get to tell him about. He's every bit as excited as we are and knows great quality products we can customize and send for the gifts. Celebrate all your milestones with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Do you shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Today on Capitol Hill, FBI Director Christopher Wray warned lawmakers that anti-Semitism is reaching what he called historic levels in this country. Wray said that it's in part because the Jewish community is targeted by foreign terrorists, also homegrown and domestic violent extremists.
In fact, our statistics would indicate that for a group that represents only about 2.4% of the American public, they account for something like 60% of all religious-based hate crimes.
Still, Ray added, this is not a time for panic, but a time for vigilance and to report anything suspicious. Tensions are obviously high following the Hamas attacks. Here in the U.S., even simple posters drawing attention to the missing in Israel are being ripped down in some places. Randy Kay has more.
No. Don't worry about it. You will be all over the news. Don't worry about it. All over the news.
In New York City, an ugly confrontation over the removal of a poster of one of the hostages kidnapped from Israel.
You're surprised and show your face. Show your face. You are not allowed to post. Yes.
After a few moments, the people walked away from the scene.
Good luck. Shame on you.
That's Broadway producer James Simon using scissors to take down a poster showing one of the more than 200 hostages. After removing the poster, Simon crumpled it up and tossed it in the garbage. When the New York Post published the video, Simon told the Post he took down the flyers for the purpose of keeping the city's streets clean and not for anti-Semitic reasons. According to the Post, he also apologized for offending anyone. CNN reached out to Simon but did not receive a response. The posters were designed by a few Israeli artists who were visiting New York City when Hamas gunmen attacked Israel. They say they identified 220 hostages and confirmed their names with their families before making the flyers, but that they never expected their work to become a flashpoint, like this incident at Boston University, after a student who said she is Jewish took down a poster.
Why are you filming?
Because...
What's your point?
What? To show where the all of the hate is coming from in this campus. Most Jewish students don't feel safe.
You're supporting occupation. An illegal occupation that's been happening for 75 years.
You're not condemning terrorists? That is wrong. You should be ashamed of yourself.
On what appears to be a campus in San Diego, watch as one man tries, unsuccessfully, to block another from ripping down the posters with hostages' images.
Bothering me? Can't stop me from taking this down. I'm not vandalizing. You literally put up this.
Beyond the posters, tensions are rising on college campuses over the war. At Tulane University, a brawl broke out after a pro-Palestinian demonstrator tried to burn an Israeli flag. At Cornell University, Jewish students were threatened with death over the weekend, according to the Cornell Daily Sun. And at Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a pro-Palestinian rally clashed with supporters of Israel.
Let them live. Let Gaza live.
All of this has communities on edge and businesses on edge. In Miami, a dentist was fired from his job after being captured on camera tearing down one of the kidnapped posters and crumpling it up. He told reporters his intent was to promote peace and de-escalate the situation. He told CNN,
I've been wrongfully mislabeled many things, and I find it very disheartening to be mislabeled as anti-Semitic when I come from a Semitic background.
With each poster that comes down, the artists making them tell CNN they promise to put up 10,000 more. Randy Kay, CNN.
Still ahead. More questions, but few answers about the warning signs leading up to the mass shooting in Maine last week. We have new reporting about some of the red flags raised about the gunmen before the massacre next.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour.
What are your biggest fears? The breaking of my brain is the concern.
You think you could have picked up a gun? You're dancing.
The world's best journalists dig deeper
I'm about to do something that I haven't done before.
into the stories they can't ignore.
Do you ever ask why police took so long?
Go in depth every Sunday night. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart cheat.
Here's how Tommy lost 30 pounds on Noom Weight.
I'm Tom.
Noom helped him use psychology to lose weight.
The mindful aspect made me feel more conscious about what I was eating, why I was eating it. It's actually working.
Lose weight and make it last with Noom Weight.
I know the challenges you face, the workforce uncertainties that keep you up at night. The economy is volatile. Recession is inevitable. AI is disrupting. 325,000 CEOs jobs, HR leaders, and politicos turn to SHRM. 95% of all Fortune 500 companies turn to SHRM.
When work keeps you up at night, turn to SHRM.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing websites and encrypt your online traffic. Get the deal now.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
We're both grateful and humbled by the generosity of the ALS Society of BC and the provincial government who provided the resources to allow UBC to recruit someone with the international stature of Professor Pioro.
I'm honored to take the lead for Project Hope. We'll work diligently to create opportunities for persons living with ALS to have access to clinical trials. Our goal for ALS research at UBC is to become a leader.
On behalf of people living with ALS in BC, thank you.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Tonight we're learning more about the gunman who killed 18 people in that shooting rampage in Maine last week. CNN has continued to get new reporting showing there were several warning signs raised in the weeks and months leading up to the massacre, and that reporting has raised even more questions that we still don't have answers to. CNN senior crime and justice correspondent Shimon Prokupecz joins us now. I want to play a clip of something you were asking the Maine governor just the other day. Let's watch.
We know that there is an alarming concern from the law enforcement community that activity and information here was ignored. And the simple answer is, why was that done, and are you concerned about that?
I think those kinds of facts are yet to be determined. You're making assumptions. I'm not going to make those assumptions.
So what have you learned since that press conference?
Well, we were there to question her about our reporting. We had obtained information that police had been to his home in September from the Sagadoha Sheriff's Office. They were at his home just 6 weeks before all of this happened, checking on him because they got a call from someone at the Army Reserve saying that they were concerned about his mental state. And they went to the home 3 times. And in one of those instances, on November 16th, his car was in the driveway. That white Subaru that he used to get around was in the driveway. But yet they did nothing. They knocked on the door. They thought he was inside, but yet they didn't follow up in any way. They spoke to his family because they got this call saying that this Army Reserve person was concerned that he was going to do a mass shooting. He was having a psychotic episode. There was stuff going on in his life. And so they went to do a welfare check on the home. And so we were simply there to question the governor about, well, where is the accountability? Where was the law enforcement folks checking in on him, following up? Because obviously there were indications that he was having some trouble in his life. He had access to weapons. At that point, the military had removed his access to weapons. And so simply she just was being evasive, and she really wasn't answering our questions about what the law enforcement folks were doing.
So is it clear now what they did in response to
I mean,
these concerns?
essentially most people feel they went to the home, they spoke to the family, his family, and the family indicated that he was having issues, but somehow that he may not have had access to weapons. But it's not entirely clear that that's the case, because there's now even more information that a friend of the family has told police that he had a key to a safe where the weapons were. So there's a lot of still questions that need to be answered by law enforcement, and just the overall, why wasn't there more follow-up, and why weren't they checking to see where he was to try and get him some help, take him off the street.
And there were new documents released about potentially about him why he targeted a specific business.
So one of the things that they're looking at is for motivation is that he thought that the folks at the bar, the Schmagegi bar, and also the bowling alley were somehow involved in saying that he was a pedophile. This was something that was going on in his life. For some reason, he thought people were talking about him, calling him a pedophile, and so he thought that was being that the folks at the bar and at the bowling alley were doing that, and so that's perhaps police are saying that's maybe why he was targeting those locations.
Shimon Prokupes, appreciate it. Thank you. Now to Colorado, where authorities say another potential mass killing was averted when a man armed with guns and explosives was found dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot. He was found in the women's bathroom at Glenwood Caverns Adventure Park. The local sheriff says the 20-year-old's body was found Saturday morning before the park was set to open. Investigators say it appears he illegally entered the park before it closed the night before, and according to the sheriff, there was a note on the bathroom wall where the armed man was found that read, "I am not a killer, I just wanted to get into the caves." They aren't certain it's linked to him, but say there is reasonable suspicion. We'll be right back.
A third kid? What if she likes playing golf? It's expensive. We're outlawing golf. Wait, can I still play?
Since we work with Empower, we don't have to worry about planning for a third kid. You can still play golf. Sometimes.
Take control of your financial future to empower what's next.
When you've tried everything.
I was getting chemical pills, bleaching cream.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
I wanna hold you. Hey, baby.
False or misleading search results can negatively impact your life. A bad online reputation can put you at significant risk of losing job opportunities or new customers. Reputation Defender helps clean up your search results, wiping away negative first impressions, allowing truthful, positive content to rise to the top. Don't you deserve to have more control over how you're represented online? Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Let's face it, natural underarm deodorants that try to mask odor just don't cut it. Lumi changes everything. It's the world's first outrageously effective, aluminum-free, whole-body deodorant that's safe to use anywhere. Developed by an OBGYN after years of research, Lumi blocks odor from happening in the first place and keeps working for up to 72 hours. Claim your starter pack offer at lumideo.com.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I considered payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Sure Payroll makes running payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit surepayroll.com/switch and get up to 6 months free and find out what makes us different. Because small business is our business.
At Avocado, we believe what's better for you is better for the planet. That's why we're so excited to introduce our radically affordable eco-organic mattress, starting at just $6.99. Crafted with the same incredibly comfortable certified organic materials you've come to expect from avocado. And with 1% of all revenue going to 1% for the planet's vetted nonprofits. Learn more at avocadomattress.com.
Hi, can I help?
Camping was fun, but it looks like we brought the bliss back with us.
If you have kids, then you really need WeatherTech. It's the ultimate way to kid-proof your vehicle. From laser-measured floor liners for the front and rear, to cargo liner, seat protector, and seat back protectors, we've got you covered.
Your turn.
Find these American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
For information on how to help the humanitarian efforts in Israel and Gaza, CNN's Impact Our World has gathered a list of vetted organizations on the ground responding to the crisis. Go to CNN.com/impact. You can also text the word relief to the number 707070. The news continues. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now.
Welcome to The Source. I'm Jake Tapper, live from Tel Aviv, in for Caitlin Collins. And tonight, Israel is further attempting to defend the massive strike on the largest refugee camp in Gaza, densely populated with civilians. Israel saying it was targeting a top Hamas commander who was, quote, pivotal to the planning and execution of the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel, someone who was, quote, actively coordinating and leading combat activities against Israeli forces. Israel says dozens of other Hamas terrorists were also killed at the Jabalia camp in northern Gaza. The IDF saying they do not know how many civilians were killed. It says Palestinians were notified to leave the area through weeks of leaflets, social media, and radio warnings. Here's what a spokesman told my colleague Wolf Blitzer earlier today.
This is the tragedy of war, Wolf. I mean, as you know, we've been saying for days, move south. We're doing everything we can to minimize. I'll say it again. Sadly, they are hiding themselves within civilian population.
One eyewitness telling CNN, quote, it felt like the end of the world, unquote. You can see a giant crater in the ground there in devastation. This comes as the FBI director in the United States warned Congress today that this war has raised the threat of an attack in America, quote, to a whole other level. We'll have much more on that in a moment. But first, I want to get straight to CNN's Nada Bashir, who's live in Jerusalem for us following this Israeli strike on the Gaza refugee camp. Nada, what more do we know about civilian casualties in this IDF strike?
Well, look, Jake, at this stage, the authorities in Gaza are still trying to confirm the extent of the civilian casualties that we have seen as a result of this Israeli airstrike on the Jabalia refugee camp. We've heard from doctors on the ground who have been speaking throughout the day, saying that they have seen hundreds of both dead and injured being brought into hospitals in the area. The scenes that have been described, the videos that have emerged from the aftermath of this attack, of this airstrike, have been horrifying, to say the least. We've heard from one doctor at the Indonesian hospital nearby the Jabalia refugee camp who has said that they have had corpses being brought to the hospital, dismembered and charred, that children have been brought in without their parents, wondering where they are. And of course, at this stage, they are still trying to confirm the extent of the death toll. There are many people still buried beneath the rubble. It is important to note that authorities have said that at least 20 residential buildings in the Jabalia refugee camp were completely destroyed. We've seen the videos of the destruction, huge craters in the ground, buildings completely destroyed, rescue workers working alongside civilians trying to dig through the rubble, hopeful that they will find survivors. But as we know, as we've seen for more than 3 weeks now in these cases, there are few survivors. And we have heard from Doctors Without Borders. They have condemned this airstrike by the IDF. They have issued a testimony from one of their nurses working around the Jabalia refugee camp, saying young children arrived at the hospital with deep wounds and severe burns. They came without their families. Many were screaming and asking for their parents. I stayed with them until we could find a place, as the hospital was full with patients. Now, we have seen, of course, and heard from doctors that these hospitals are simply at capacity. We've heard the warnings from the United Nations that hospitals across the Gaza Strip, not just in the north, are, in their words, hanging on by a thread. And we have seen those airstrikes over the last week edging closer and closer towards at least 4 hospitals in Gaza. So there is significant concern around the humanitarian situation when it comes to Gaza's healthcare sector. They are simply overwhelmed, and following this airstrike on the Jabalia refugee camp, we have seen corpses lined up, shrouded bodies outside the hospitals because there is simply no room left in the morgues. Jake?
And the IDF spokesperson held a news briefing a few hours ago attempting to defend the strike, saying that the goal was to kill a top Hamas commander. Did the IDF explain why that strike had to be launched now?
Well, look, from the outset of this war, Jake, the IDF has said it is targeting Hamas positions inside the Gaza Strip. We heard today they confirmed that they carried out this airstrike. They say they targeted successfully, in their words, a Hamas senior commander. Now, we heard from Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, who spoke earlier, giving a statement saying that this senior Hamas commander was, according to the IDF, orchestrating, leading, planning a active combat against the IDF as that airstrike took place. That is the explanation that has been given with regards to the timing. Of course, as you mentioned there, the IDF has attempted to defend its actions. They say they are targeting military positions, they are targeting Hamas targets, but as they have seen for more than 3 weeks now, the civilian toll is immense, to say the least. The IDF says it has warned civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate. We've heard those warnings now for some time, but as we know, according to people on the ground, according to rights groups, according to medical staff at hospitals in northern Gaza, there are many people who cannot evacuate southwards as per the orders, the warnings of the IDF. And of course, as we know, those airstrikes are also continuing in southern Gaza. The safe spaces that have been designated, including UN schools, are simply at capacity. And for many families in northern Gaza, they tell us there is nowhere to turn.
All right, Nada Bashir, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's bring in right now retired Army General Joseph Votel, former U.S. CENTCOM commander. He oversaw military operations in the Middle East. General, thanks so much for joining us. An IDF spokesperson told Anderson Cooper last hour that the top Hamas commander was under the refugee camp in his bunker complex and that he is confirmed to have been killed. Given how specific that information is, what does that tell you about Israel's intelligence capability below ground? And does that justify, in your view, a strike on a refugee camp?
Well, thanks. It's great to be with you. I think what it tells us is that Israel, as I think we've known, has had a very good intelligence capability over a number of years. And while there was a setback here on 7th of October, they seem to be recovering from that. So clearly they have a good understanding of where Hamas is operating from and are trying to target those locations. Whether or not this is the value of striking this target was worth the risk to civilians, I think will be something that will have to be determined in the hours and days ahead. Certainly it doesn't look great. It doesn't help messaging for the Israelis, but all the details are not in, all the facts are not known. And I and many others look forward to hearing that from the Israeli Defense Forces.
A different IDF spokesperson called civilian casualties a tragedy of war. Wolf Blitzer pressed him on that. Take a listen.
You knew there were civilians there. You knew there were refugees, all sorts of refugees, but you decided to still drop a bomb on that refugee camp attempting to kill the Hamas commander. By the way, was he killed?
I can't confirm yet. There'll be more updated. Yes, we know that he was killed. About the civilians there, we're doing everything we can to minimize. I'll say it again. Sadly, they are hiding themselves within civilian population. And again, we're doing this stage by stage, and we're going to go after every one of these terrorists who was involved in that heinous attack on the 7th of October.
How does a military make an assessment as to whether civilian casualties are worth the target when it comes to a high-value terrorist commander, in this case, somebody responsible for the October 7th attacks, which obviously were so devastating for this country. The calculation by Israel, I understand, is the attacks were so devastating and so consequential, the government, the military of Israel, with tremendous public support in Israel, has decided that they cannot allow Hamas to ever do that again. But how does a general make the calculation? These civilian casualties, while regrettable, are worth it because we have to get Hamas.
Well, professional militaries like the United States, Israel, all of our partners that we operate with, all operate under the law of armed conflict. And that requires that we adhere to certain principles: the military necessity of the target, the distinctiveness of the target, and the proportionality of the means that are being used with this. And these always have to be put into careful consideration as we look at targets. And of course, the overriding principle here is to avoid effects on civilians, and that can be accomplished in a variety of different ways, as the Israeli spokesman mentioned. But it has to be a constant process, and there has to be extraordinary intelligence and surveillance to make sure that you are going to accomplish the military mission without inflicting unnecessary civilian casualties on this. The determination on whether to accept the risk of civilian casualties is one, at least in our system, is often reserved to our civilian leaders. And we go through a very deliberate process for this. I would imagine the Israelis are doing the same thing. I hope that they are. I think that's what the situation requires. But certainly, I think this highlights the complexity and the challenge of operating in this extraordinary environment that is Gaza, where you have an enemy operating in a three-dimensional way, above the surface, on the surface, below the surface. They're integrated among the population. In some cases, using the population to cover and protect them. So it just highlights the complexity and the challenge of this situation.
Obviously, when Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, we should remind our viewers, when they launched the attack on October 7th, they had to have anticipated that the IDF, that the Israeli government, would retaliate. In your experience commanding U.S. forces, what is the degree to which Al-Qaeda, ISIS, any other terrorist group that U.S. forces were fighting, what is the extent to which they embedded in civilian populations compared to the degree that Hamas does? Because Hamas does it quite a bit, to the degree that they actually have, not only according to Israeli intelligence, but U.S. intelligence, command and control centers embedded in actual hospitals.
Yeah, I think in this situation, certainly Hamas has had a number of years or decades to embed among the population in Gaza, intermarrying and being woven into the threads of the society, the community. They're doing everything into this, so they've certainly had a lot of opportunity to get integrated into the civilian population. We certainly saw this with ISIS. They didn't have as much time to do this, and I wouldn't characterize them as a government, although they tried to think of themselves as a government. They didn't really represent the people, as I don't think Hamas does either. And our operations were really focused against them to dislodge them, to destroy their ability to hold the caliphate that they had declared, and to render them ineffective as a military force. And this is what Israel is trying to do as well. And of course, it's so complex by this extraordinary environment that we're seeing in Gaza.
General Votel, thank you so much for your time and expertise this evening. We appreciate it. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will return here to Israel on Friday for meetings with members of the Israeli government, and he will make other unannounced stops in the region. His first visit came shortly after the attacks 3.5 weeks ago. Much has happened since then, sometimes a week's worth of news in just a day. So perhaps it's understandable that some people have forgotten just how vicious and shocking the massacre was by the terrorist group Hamas on innocent families. Secretary of State Blinken today, testifying today about funding for Israel, arguing that no country in the world, in his view, would tolerate what Israel suffered, noting, quote, young people chased down and gunned down at a dance party, children executed in front of their parents, parents executed in front of their children, families in a final embrace, burned alive, people beheaded. And then he shared one shocking story of one family from that day, and fair warning, it is a painful story to hear.
A family of 4, a young boy and girl, 6 and 8 years old, and their parents around the breakfast table. The father, his eye gouged out in front of his kids, the mother's breast cut off, the girl's foot amputated, the boy's fingers cut off before they were executed, and then their executioners sat down and had a meal. That's what this society is dealing with.
Secretary Blinken then repeated himself that in his view, no nation would tolerate that, while emphasizing that it is imperative to do everything possible to protect civilians. Blinken went on to stress that Hamas, quote, cynically and monstrously hides behind civilians, putting its own fighters and weapons and command centers beneath places such as schools and hospitals. Blinken reiterating his position and the position of the Biden administration that, quote, Israel has not only the right but the obligation to defend itself and to try to take every possible step to make sure this doesn't happen again, unquote. Back home, very concerning warnings about threats to America since this war broke out. The FBI director describing them as threats on a quote, whole other level, specifically warning about, quote, historic levels of anti-Semitism in the U.S. and yet another showdown looming within the Republican Party, with a new Speaker of the House vowing to separate aid for Israel from Ukraine aid in a standalone bill, one that could be dead on arrival in the Senate. That's ahead.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Hello. Hello is friendly. Hello is open. It's welcoming. Everything we want to be when helping people find a Medicare plan during the annual enrollment period. So say hello to Hello Medicare, a one-stop shop for Medicare plans, including a range of all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans from the names you know. Learn, compare, even enroll, all in one place. No matter where you are in your search, whether you're just starting out or already have a good idea of what you want, give us a call. Our Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents are here to make things easy and help guide you to a plan that fits your needs. Because we get it. Finding the right Medicare plan can be challenging. Plans can differ by price or benefits. They can even differ by where you live. That's why we're here, to put it all together and be your go-to place for all the latest information, laid out right in front of you, in a way that's easy to understand. It all starts with a few simple questions, so we can get to know you better. Questions like, do you want to keep your doctor? And which benefits are important to you? Then, based on your answers, we'll match you with plans from well-known names in Medicare, giving you a complete picture of your best options. Next, we'll help you compare benefits, compare costs. It's easy. And when you feel good about your selection, we'll sign you up. Done and done. Remember, the annual enrollment period is here, and it ends on December 7th. So whether you're looking to save money or find better coverage, let's do this. Let's go find your Medicare plan. Call us today and speak with one of our helpful Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents. Hello Medicare. Say hello to an easier way to do Medicare.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the sightseeing and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
I just found the biggest weight loss hack for y'all. The truth is there is no quick fix, but there is a more effective way to lose weight, and it isn't what you think. It's actually Noom. It's 2 times more effective than doing it on your own. Get started right now by taking the Noom quiz.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Breaking tonight, we're learning more about that person in custody in connection with the violent threats against Jewish students at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. The Justice Department says a 21-year-old junior at Cornell named Patrick Dye was arrested today on a federal criminal complaint and charged with posting threats to kill or injure another using interstate communications. According to the feds, Dye threatened to shoot up a mainly kosher dining hall on campus, among other things. He is expected to make his initial appearance in federal court tomorrow. This coming as the FBI director, Christopher Wray, issued a dire warning telling Congress that the war between Israel and Hamas has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole other level.
Here in the United States, our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives. It is a time to be concerned. We are in a dangerous period.
At home and abroad, FBI Director Wray said the risk of violent extremism is higher than at any point since the rise of ISIS. I want to bring in Michael Leiter, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Michael, good to see you. What do we know about who these threats are coming from, and how did this war between Hamas and Israel exacerbate and fuel the situation?
Thanks, Jake. Well, I think Chris Wray's use of words was very careful today, and what he was really focused on is those that were, in his words, inspired by the conflict. And that's important because the FBI and Homeland Security are not principally focused on either Hamas or even Hezbollah based in Lebanon launching some organized attack in the United States. But they do know that this conflict is absolutely setting fire to what was already a rising tide of anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim sentiment in the U.S. And over the past several years, anti-Semitic events, attacks, speech, physical attacks have increased significantly. And again, since October 7th and the Hamas attack into Israel and Israel's response, those threats, those acts of violence have increased not just here in the United States, but really around the world.
So Director Wray says anti-Semitism is reaching historic levels. Take a listen.
The reality is that the Jewish community is uniquely targeted by pretty much every terrorist organization across the spectrum. And when you look at a group that makes up 2.4% roughly of the American population, it should be jarring to everyone that that same population accounts for something like 60% of all religious-based hate crimes. And so they need our help.
How does the intelligence community even begin to take on these threats, which, as Director Wray himself noted, already existed but are now on the rise, seemingly left, right, and center when it comes to extremist groups?
This is a really hard task for them. And it's not that they haven't had to do this before. We've seen these attacks, whether it was Tree of Life in Pittsburgh or other attacks around the country. But what makes it so hard is the scale of this, especially on social media. So the FBI, working with Homeland Security and state and local law enforcement, really are focused on social media because that's where you first see the indicators of the violent speech. And then the hard part is to figure out who those people are and try to link them to real world people. And then to try to predict what speech might turn into action, like what we saw in Cornell and you just reported on. I think that's a very hard step to take. So what I think the FBI is doing and needs to do more of is work extremely closely with communities, both Jewish and Muslim communities across the United States, so they themselves can both keep their eyes out but also harden their own targets, make sure that they do have proper security, make sure that local police increase security patrols around synagogues and mosques and community centers, because these have been historically, and likely will be again, the places that are most likely to be targeted in the United States.
And a lot of these threats are obviously anonymous, and they're online, quite a few, and it can be tough to differentiate between a serious situation, somebody who actually will act, and some twit who's just working out whatever issues they already had in the comfort of their mom's basement. How worried should communities be if they see something that seems like a threat? How worried should they be that it will actually become physical danger?
This is such a hard part of intelligence and law enforcement, especially when it's focused here in the United States, because of course people do have First Amendment speech rights to say really stupid things. They don't have the right to threaten violence. They certainly don't have the right to act on that violence. But the volume on social media has gone up so much since October 7th, it's getting increasingly hard for officials to actually track it all down. So I think the advice that Director Ray and others have given is exactly right. If communities see this, they shouldn't take the risk. They should report it right away. Because being able to actually identify those who, as you said, are the face of just spewing hate but won't act on it, and knowing who will pick up a gun or use a car or explosives and try to hurt people, that's really, really hard. And that's why we need law enforcement to be tipped off, but we also just need communities to be very aware and really take that protection boom on, even if they don't see anything. They have to be ready for these terrible situations because unfortunately, we do know there's enough of this speech out there that will eventually manifest itself into violence. And given what we see going on in the ground in Israel and Gaza, I don't think this is going to end anytime soon.
Mike Leitner, thank you so much. Good to see you again. Coming up, not only growing anti-Semitism, as Mike just mentioned, but also growing Islamophobia. My next guest writes, American Muslims are now in a painful, familiar place, and says the lessons of 9/11 have apparently been forgotten completely. Stay with us.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing websites and encrypt your online traffic. Get the deal now.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo. I realized I needed to make a change when I looked in the mirror and did not recognize myself. I saw the Golo commercial and I liked how they weren't actors, they just seemed like people that were just happy with themselves and had true results. Since being on Golo, I truly feel like I'm back to the best me I can be. Try Golo. It worked for me, and I'm real.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not. I got you. Choice Hotels has a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
You'll bring the stories that matter to the masses.
Stop! I'm a good zombie! This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Scream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
1 in 3 children is now at risk of going to school on an empty stomach.
When I'm hungry, my stomach starts to hurt a little bit. It's hard to think and concentrate. I don't have enough energy.
But there's hope. By supporting Toonies for Tummies, 100% of your donation gives hungry children in your community the chance to start their day with a much-needed nutritious meal.
When I eat breakfast, I have lots of energy. When it's gym, I can run really fast.
Donate online today. Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
The nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization says it has received nearly 800 complaints of Islamophobic incidents since Hamas's brutal attack against Israel on October 7th. In her latest New York Times op-ed titled, "American Muslims are in a painful, familiar place," my next guest writes, quote, "It seems the lessons of September 11th have been forgotten. From college campuses to places of work, people are facing retribution for expressing support for Palestinians that is being misconstrued as anti-Israel or pro-Hamas," unquote. And joining me now is Rosina Ali, a contributing writer for the New York Times Magazine. She covers topics such as the war on terror, Islamophobia, and the Middle East. Rosina, thanks for joining us. So you referenced how the Muslim community was treated post 9/11 in the U.S., and you write that the surveillance, the targeting, and fear Muslim Americans experienced was tied to what the U.S. was doing abroad. Quote, "As the United States invaded first Afghanistan and then Iraq, both wars that wrought devastating civilian casualties and paved the way for political chaos, the public perception of Muslims in America plummeted to new lows," unquote. What do you think are some of the lessons that the U.S. is forgetting about 9/11?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me on, Jake. You know, I think there are a few things that happened after 9/11. One, there was an increase in violence against Muslims. But two, there was a growing suspicion of Islam itself. And the third is that there were government policies that, despite their best intentions, ended up discriminating against Muslims. There was a national registry in 2002. There was widespread FBI surveillance. And, you know, what people have been hearing is that there is a clamoring for more of that now.
There was a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy. Horrible, horrible incident. Wadi Al-Fayoum, he was stabbed to death on October 14th. The suspect has been charged with a hate crime for his murder. It's a terrifying example. We know that the murderer listened to a lot of conservative talk radio, right-wing talk radio. I know that you're concerned about members of the Muslim community, but not only about them, but how the administration is handling this. I think one of the big problems, and this goes to anti-Semitism as well, is that so much communications right now, whether it's online or talk radio or cable, frankly, a certain channel that I'm thinking of in particular, not this one. The incentive structure is for hate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yes. I will also say, that, so I decided to write this piece, and I'm coming at this as a journalist who's reported on the war on terror and Islamophobia for years. And I should say that the Muslim community is not the same as the Palestinian community, but there is a lot of overlap between these two groups. And the rhetoric about Palestine has had a palatable effect on Muslim Americans. So I completely agree with you. There's a lot of rhetoric around hate, but there's also been a lot of rhetoric that has otherized Palestinians, and that has actually generated broad fear and suspicion of both the Palestinian American community and the Muslim American community.
Yeah, and what that horrible act, the guy that murdered the little boy in Chicago, all that crazy rhetoric about the day of rage, he was convinced he had to act because there was so much ignorance and so much nonsense out there. And again, the incentive structure for hate was out there, and in a feeble mind, that can really be very powerful.
Absolutely, and I think it really speaks to the need for more nuanced voices, for different voices, for more nuanced reporting, and across the board in media, but also just kind of the rhetoric that's coming out from policymakers too. I mean, in my interviews with people, the thing that they kept telling me over and over again is that they feel isolated. They feel isolated from the broader American community, but also because they're not necessarily seeing a level of understanding or outreach from politicians or from this White House.
Rosina Ali, thank you so much for coming on tonight. Let's have you on more. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Today on Capitol Hill, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense pressed a divided Congress to urgently pass not only requested aid for Israel, but requested aid for Ukraine, and to do so combined. But the new Speaker of the House, Republican Mike Johnson, now teeing up a showdown with the Democratic-controlled Senate, leaving help for these two American allies uncertain. We're going to talk about that next.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987. Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
We just shipped our millionth monthly coffee subscription box, so we're sending custom thank you gifts to our team. Our custom ink rep is just as excited as we are and knows what great quality products to get. Celebrate your milestones with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
I'm Rafael Romo in Ashkelon, Israel. This is CNN.
Tonight, divisions in Congress are putting future aid to Israel at risk. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is working towards a vote on a standalone aid package for Israel later this week, worth $14.3 billion. It would be paid for with funding cuts to the IRS, a top target for many Republicans, but it's what is being left out of Speaker Johnson's bill that makes it a non-starter for Senate Democrats and also some Senate Republicans, and that is additional aid for Ukraine. Here to discuss the political battle is Jamal Simmons, a former communications director to Vice President Harris, and Scott Jennings, former senior advisor to Mitch McConnell. Scott, even if this bill passes in the House, Senate Democrats, along with your old boss Mitch McConnell, have basically said it's dead on arrival in the Senate. Is Speaker Johnson wasting his time here? What's the end game?
Well, from the perspective of it's his first big thing to do as the new speaker, so if you considered it like he's trying to do a team-building exercise and try to get the Republicans together on something, even if it's just for messaging purposes, I guess it's not a useless exercise. But your point is correct. It's not going to go anywhere in the Senate because I suspect Schumer wouldn't put something on the floor that his own party doesn't support, and I think President Biden has even said he would veto that. So I think it's a starting position for Johnson, but the ending position here is a deal has to be cut. And there's a heck of a lot of Republicans who want it all. Israel, Ukraine, replenish American supplies, and also secure the border. And I suspect that's where we'll wind up, but I'm not surprised this is where Johnson started because it's what a lot of his conference wants him to do.
And Jamal, even if the House were to ultimately buckle and include some Ukraine aid with the Israel aid, it's possible they could keep the IRS cuts. What then? Would Democrats have to consider the IRS cuts?
You know, Jake, before coming in here tonight, I spent about an hour with my kids doing trick-or-treating, right? And then I spent another bunch of minutes with them explaining why they can't have all the candy tonight before they go to bed. One of the tough parts about being a leader is getting the people in your caucus to understand, your friends, allies, followers, that they can't have all the candy even though they just won. That is the challenge for Speaker Johnson now. He's got to sort of explain to them as a statesman what's important to do. And it's not just about the, small politics of getting elected speaker. This is about the security and the future of the nation, our allies, and our opponents who are looking to see whether or not we're going to stand up against them. So, as for the IRS, I do think that President Biden has already said very clearly he's not going to accept the package that Speaker Johnson put up today. They had a statement of administration policy tonight. I think we're going to see a big fight, or we're going to see a fight from the White House on this one.
Scott, in the Senate, Republicans are divided about leaving Ukraine funding out. Listen to what we heard today.
They should be dealt with
together.
We ought to separate it.
Not acceptable to abandon Ukraine.
Speaker Johnson's been clear. He is going to not put Ukraine aid together with aid for Israel, and I completely agree with you.
How should Leader McConnell be handling these divisions in his own party?
Well, of course, he's not setting the agenda. It'll be Chuck Schumer who decides what goes onto the floor. And even though Republicans may be divided, there's a strong bipartisan majority in the Senate to do everything, to help Ukraine, to help Israel, and maybe even to get some money down to the border, which is in sore need of some attention down there. So when you look at it from that perspective, I think McConnell's position is, I don't know why we can't do it all. We're America. We're a big country. We can help our friends and help ourselves. There'll be some Republicans who don't want to do that. I think there's more of them in the House than in the Senate. But he's made quite clear he wants it all. Border security, Ukraine, Israel, and some of the Ukraine, obviously, is to replenish our own supplies. And so I don't see him, Jake, wavering from that position, although I do think they are watching the House vote on the Israel-only bill very closely. If that thing were to, fail narrowly or pass narrowly, I don't think it would change Democrats' minds. But if it were to jailbreak and a bunch of Democrats supported that, I could see that possibly shifting the political dynamic in the Senate, but I find it unlikely.
Jamal, Democrats are dealing with their own rifts as well. Congresswoman Cori Bush is facing criticism after accusing Israel of engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign. Democratic Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries responded to her comment on CNN today saying, quote, Israel is not conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel is not engaged in genocide, unquote. What do you make of the tensions and divisions inside the Democratic caucus?
There are real tensions and divisions inside the caucus, just like there are tensions and divisions inside the country. But the majority of Democrats and the elected Democrats in the House, obviously the White House, the Senate, are for supporting Israel and for making sure that Israel is going to do what it takes to protect itself. Now, at the same time, I think we saw this from Secretary Blinken today, they want to make sure Israel is following international law, they're protecting civilians as much as possible. So it is possible, this is a very important point for I think a lot of Democrats who are feeling queasy about this to make, that you can go after Hamas and talk about Hamas. That does not mean that you are against Palestinians. At the same time, so Democrats have to begin to sort of make the point very clearly about who it is that's being targeted.
Jamal Simmons and Scott Jennings, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. Up next, Donald Trump Jr. expected to take the stand tomorrow at his father's civil fraud trial. He'll be followed by two of his siblings and eventually by Donald Trump himself. What to expect from the Trumps in the scramble to save their business empire. Stay with us.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed.
It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters.
But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
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 yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me. And me.
Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
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 Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50 plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Donald Trump Jr. is expected to take the stand tomorrow, the first of the former president's adult children to testify in the civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. Over the next 7 days, Don Jr., Eric Trump, Donald Trump himself, and Ivanka Trump could all be pressed on inflated financial statements that the company allegedly used to obtain more favorable loans. The case could determine the future of Trump's New York businesses. Joining us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, former assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Ellie, first, do the Trump children have to testify?
They do, Jake. If this was a criminal case, a prosecutor can never force a defendant to testify. But because this is a civil case, the plaintiff here, the New York State Attorney General, can issue a subpoena, which is mandatory, which requires a defendant, in this case, Eric Trump's a defendant, Donald Trump Jr. is a defendant, to testify. Their only other option, though, Jake, is they can take the Fifth. They can invoke the Fifth Amendment and refuse to testify. But if they do that under New York State law, the judge can consider that against them. The judge can essentially say, I'm going to assume the worst about what your testimony would have done. So there's risk either way here.
So they take the Fifth. The judge just assumes that they have incriminated themselves to all sorts of crimes?
Exactly. That's the way it could work under New York State law. It's up to the judge. He can say, I assume that your testimony would have been bad for you here in this civil case. But the risk of testifying, in my view, is even greater, Jake, because if they take the stand, anything they do say can be used against them in any future criminal prosecution. Now, yes, various prosecutors have looked at this case and declined to charge it criminally, but the worry from their point of view is prosecutors can always revisit that and hear something perhaps in testimony and say, wait, let's reopen this. And to me, the biggest risk they're facing here is the potential of some sort of criminal liability.
What are prosecutors hoping to learn from Eric and from Don Jr., both of whom worked at the Trump Organization?
So with all the drama and personalities that are sort of coming in and out of this courtroom, the core issue here in this lawsuit is, did the Trump Organization intentionally overinflate the value of their assets and use those overinflated numbers to get loans and to get other benefits that they were not entitled to? And so when we're looking at what is the substance of the testimony going to be, the AG's office, who are the plaintiffs, are going to allege, you, the Trump children, you were in on this. You intentionally overstated the value in order to help your business. And I suspect their testimony is going to be, no, we did not. There is some subjectivity in the value of these assets, and there's some sort of inherent value in the brand name here. Now, the judge has already rejected that in part. He's already found that the inflations here were so vast that they cannot be justified. But that's going to be the battleground when the members of the Trump family take the stand.
So I'm told there's kind of a different situation with Ivanka Trump and her testimony. Why is that?
So she's trying to resist having to testify because she says she was correctly, she has said, I was dismissed out of this case as a defendant. She got herself removed from this case because the allegations relating to her are too old in time. That's a big win for her. But now Ivanka Trump's lawyers are arguing, well, she's not a defendant. She shouldn't have to testify. She's appealing that now. I think she's going to lose that appeal because being a defendant is different than being a witness. The question as to whether Ivanka Trump has to be a witness is, does she have relevant information here? The AG's office alleges that Ivanka Trump was involved in a transaction involving one of Donald Trump's hotels in Washington, D.C., and they say she has relevant information. So I believe she's going to lose her appeal, and I believe she will be made to take the stand and testify.
So there's this former Morgan Stanley executive who testified today that back when Trump was trying to buy the Buffalo Bills football team, he sent a letter claiming that his net worth was $8 billion. And then in a meeting with the Buffalo Bills management, Trump handed out a Forbes article of the top paid entertainers to back up that claim. Does this sort of testimony bolster what the prosecutors are alleging?
It does, Jake. That's the heart of this case, that the inflations of value here, we're not 10%, 20%, we're not a matter of judgment, but we're so over the top that they cannot be defended, that they classify as fraud, and using a Forbes magazine or any magazine article to justify your net worth does not cut it in a court case.
Ali Honig, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, the House returns from recess tomorrow with a load on its plate, but the first order of business, some capital punishment. I'll explain next.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
At Grainger, we know dealing with the unexpected is part of your job description. And you made a promise to keep the line running, to power through the downpour, to be the one who always gets it done. And our promise is to help you do it with professional-grade supplies for every industry, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Because you can't predict the future, but with the right partner, you can be prepared for it. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hold it!
Imagine a world with no drama.
I haven't signed Jody's card yet.
At 4imprint, finding the promotional products you need to create a memorable moment is an easy mission. Our expert team will take care of every detail to make your success a certainty. Take the drama out of ordering promotional products at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
I'm gonna walk you through everything I eat in a day.
Not today, sis. Unless you plan on orbiting Earth, you don't need to eat powder for every meal.
With Noom, you can still enjoy your favorite food and reach your goal weight.
Get started with Noom today.
I'm Andrea, founder of a boutique handbag brand, Andy, and this is why I switched to Shopify. It's the challenges that we don't expect, like a site going down or the checkout wouldn't work. What's nice about Shopify is when I'm with my family, when I'm taking time off, knowing that I have a site up and running and our business is moving forward because we have a platform that we can rely on, that is gold to us. Start your free trial with Shopify today.
When you've tried everything. I was getting chemical peels, bleaching cream.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing. I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Whoa. Cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Did you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Hello. Welcome.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Let's go!
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, Israel, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Beach Casuals.
Expect a busy day on Capitol Hill tomorrow when the House of Representatives returns to business, but not with votes to help make America safer or to prevent a government shutdown. There is expected to be a trifecta of censure and expulsion resolutions brought to the floor for the second time. The House will consider expelling indicted Republican Congressman George Santos. There's also the censure resolution against another Republican, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, to condemn her for alleged hate speech and posts. And then there is the one against Democrat Rashida Tlaib, Congresswoman of Michigan, introduced by Marjorie Taylor Greene to try to censure Tlaib for remarks about Israel and her support for an anti-Israel protest. Stay tuned. Thank you for joining us. CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillip starts now.
A strike inside Gaza kills a Hamas commander, but turns scores of civilians into collateral. That's tonight on Newsnight. And good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in Washington. Tonight, a fight for the narrative and to explain what these pictures really mean. You're looking here at a crater. This is the aftermath of what Israel calls a wide-scale attack. But it is also a Gaza refugee camp, Jabalia, where the IDF claims a senior Hamas commander was using civilians as shields. Now, Israel says that the strike erased the target from the battlefield, but as you can see there, it erased so much more. Cameras captured the chaos in the minutes after the strike, the loud and frenzied race to pull people from that concrete. Now, eyewitnesses told CNN that they saw children carrying wounded children from the rubble. Cameras also filmed the eerie quiet, Palestinian body bags lined up outside of a building. Today, we've watched IDF spokespeople come onto CNN several times to call the strike proportionate. They also cast doubt on the information coming out of Gaza, and they give a blunt response to critics who say that Israel is intentionally killing civilians.
We were aiming for the tunnel complex where the Hamas combatant commander was. We didn't strike buildings. If we would try to strike buildings and cause civilian death, of course the situation would be different, but we are not.
But the content and the tone of that answer is very different from this one, also from the IDF, just a few hours earlier.
Did you know that there are a lot of refugees, a lot of innocent civilians, men, women, and children in that refugee camp as well, right?
This is the tragedy of war, Wolf. I mean, as you know, we've been saying for days, move south.
That almost shrug of an answer raises some questions and, of course, some risks for the United States. Questions such as, how long can the Biden administration say the following with the full faith and confidence?
We have been crystal clear that the right number of civilian casualties in this or any other conflict is zero. You don't want to see any innocent life lost. It is not a war aim of Israel to cause civilian casualties. That doesn't mean that any civilian casualty can be excused or dismissed, but Israel is not deliberately trying to kill civilians. They are going after Hamas. We want to make sure that they do it in a cautious, careful, deliberate way, but it is not a war aim of Israel to kill innocent civilians.
There's not a single conversation we haven't had with our Israeli counterparts to better understand what they're doing to try to minimize civilian casualties.
Another question tonight, at what point does American deference to Israel and its war actions send a message to the wider world? One that potentially indefinite civilian casualties are simply a part of war. And for some perspective on this, a notable moment today inside of a Washington hearing room, just a couple of hours before we learned about that strike. Rows and rows of protesters with bloody hands behind the Secretary of State as he testified in defense of how Israel is fighting this war. It is a snapshot of the unease that is growing in some parts of the country with the human toll that this conflict has already taken, with no end in sight. In just moments, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham will join me, but first, I want to turn to Palestinian-American historian Rashid Khalidi. He is the Edward Said Professor of Modern Arab Studies at Columbia University. Professor Khalidi, thank you so much for joining us. He's also, by the way, the author of The 100 Years' War on Palestine. Professor, this strike has raised a lot of questions, of course, about Israel's conduct in the war. I want to get to those in a moment, but tell us about why there would be so many people in this largest refugee camp. 116,000 people is our understanding in the northern part of Gaza, even though, as the Israelis say, they've been asked to move further south. Why is that the case?
Well, I can only speak to what I know about, which is some of the family that we have there who actually moved from Gaza City, from the Riman neighborhood, to the southern part of Gaza, and then moved back because they were being bombarded in the south, and there was no shelter and no food. So many people have left, but many others have been afraid to leave, and they know perfectly well that they're no safer in the south than they are in the north. So there's nowhere to run to. There's nowhere to hide.
Israel says that Hamas uses refugees as human shields, and they say that their warnings to move south, plus their claim that there was a target here that they killed, a senior level Hamas official that they killed, justifies this attack. But I wonder, do you think that Hamas bears some responsibility if in fact they are sheltering their leaders in a refugee camp where there are so many innocents?
I mean, one of the things that has to be said is that there's not very much space in Gaza. And if you are aiming, as Hamas is, to resist an occupation that's gone on for 56 years and a dispossession that's gone on for 75, you are going to be tunneling underneath the whole of the Gaza Strip. My understanding is that the Gaza Strip is honeycombed with tunnels, most of which are far, far deeper than wherever this horrible bomb landed. I think that's not really the issue. There's no place to hide in Gaza. That's the whole point. There are 2.3 million people in this tiny area the size of Oakland. And Hamas is underneath them, perhaps, in many, 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 many places. The point is, Israel is using weapons with a kill radius, in the case of a 2,000-pound bomb, which is so enormous that even if they are targeting a tunnel or a Hamas leader or a building in which a Hamas official is located, they are killing scores and scores of people every time that they do that. And I think that's why you're having these horrendous casualty tolls. The kinds of weapons used, the artillery, the American artillery, and often the American ordnance that's being used, inevitably and necessarily kills huge numbers of people, even if somewhere in the vicinity there is a target that the Israelis claim is a legitimate one. I think that's the point. You saw the devastation.
Yeah.
If they killed one Hamas leader in order to destroy that entire neighborhood, I think we have to ask about a question of proportionality.
Yeah, and I think that very much is the question that is being asked in a lot of quarters. Professor Rashid Khalidi, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And joining me now is South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Graham, thank you very much for joining us in studio today. First of all, on this IDF strike that unfolded today at the Gaza refugee camp, the Israelis say that it killed a top Hamas general. Have you received any intelligence briefings to suggest that actually was the case, that they were able to take out that general?
No, I haven't. And, the loss of life is tragic. A lot of innocent Palestinians are being killed. And the main reason is that Hamas uses their own people as human shields. So if you're Israel, you're in in a dilemma here, because to go after their leaders, you're probably going to have to hurt some innocent people. But that's the nature of this war, I'm afraid.
I think that that's obviously the big dilemma that Israel faces, that the whole world is really grappling with. What I just want to understand, though, is if this were the United States of America and there was a target that was in a densely populated civilian area, would the United States have taken a strike like that against a refugee camp?
I think a better analogy, what would the United States do to knock Japan out of the war? You got to understand, this is not normal stuff in the Mideast. Hamas wants to kill all the Jews. It's not about the Palestinians. They're not trying to help the Palestinian people. They're trying to destroy Israel. So when we were attacked by Japan, we declared war on Germany. And how did we end the war? We dropped a bomb on several cities in Japan, breaking the will of the Japanese people. If you'd asked the average American, what's the proportional response after Pearl Harbor, they would say the only response is victory.
Do you see why a lot of people, especially all these decades after that, would say we have other options here? I mean, this is not a time where our only weapons are dropping nuclear bombs. There's precision weaponry, there's intelligence. We have so much more information. I guess what I'm wondering is, in 2023, when militaries as advanced as Israel's and as the United States have choices, is it acceptable to drop bombs on a densely populated civilian area where there are refugees, where people are living, where there are children?
Well, in 2023, who would imagine that someone who survived the Holocaust in World War II would be killed by Islamic terrorists in Israel and later in life? In 2023, could anybody imagine a group of people would come into Israel and slaughter families, rape children in front of the parents, burn babies alive, put a baby in the oven? Can you imagine that? I can't imagine that. Here's what I imagine. The destruction of Hamas is non-negotiable. I hate the loss of innocent lives. The day after Hamas is destroyed, I hope we have a better life for the Palestinian people. But I'm not blaming Israel. I'm blaming Hamas. I'm not blaming Israel at all. I know they're trying to limit civilian casualties, and I know Hamas is trying to increase civilian casualties.
Is there a threshold for you, and do you think there should be one for the United States government, at which the U.S. would say, let's hold off for a second in terms of civilian casualties? Is there a point at which you would start to question?
If somebody asked us after World War II, is there a limit what you would do to make sure that Japan and Germany don't conquer the world? Is there any limit what Israel should do to the people who are trying to slaughter the Jews? The answer is no. There is no limit, but here's what you need to do. Be smart. Let's try to limit civilian casualties the best we can. Let's put humanitarian aid in areas that protect the innocent. I'm all for that, but this idea that Israel has to apologize for attacking Hamas, who's embedded with their own population, needs to stop. The goal is to destroy Hamas. Hamas is creating these casualties, not Israel.
I don't think anyone's asking, well, some people may be asking Israel to apologize, but that's not what I'm asking about it. I think the question here is about how they carry out the war, and there are choices here. But you mentioned, and the Israelis have described it this way, they want to eradicate Hamas, and I think most people agree that that is a reasonable goal. However, how long do you think that will take? How long?
I don't know. Here's what I think.
Is it reasonable for that?
I think we ought to be focusing on the day after Hamas is destroyed, as well as destroying them.
Do you think that is on the table, that the Israelis are thinking about what happens after Hamas?
So I'm going to have dinner with the Saudis tomorrow night. This occupation of Gaza by Israel will not be long-lasting. Israel's not going to go in and occupy Gaza. That's a losing proposition. They're going to go in and dismantle Hamas. And when they've achieved that goal, the world needs to come up with a plan for Gaza and the West Bank to give the Palestinians something to live for.
How do you know when Hamas is dismantled?
When the Israelis tell me it is, because they live next door. I would never ask the Israelis to risk another attack from Hamas. I would never ask the Israeli people to shorten this operation until they believe they're safe. Now, once they believe Hamas is destroyed, then we need to work with the people in the region to give the Palestinians a better life. I'm not blaming every Palestinian for what happened. Every Palestinian's not a terrorist. There are Palestinian children caught up in this, and it does break my heart. I'd like to have a future for the Palestinian people that's more hopeful than they have today. Let's destroy Hamas, and that makes it better for the Palestinians and the Israelis.
I mean, the Palestinians, as you say, as a people, are not responsible for Hamas, but they are dying.
They are dying.
The thousands. I mean, the number is well over 8,000 at this point. This attack today will raise it significantly. This is taking a real toll on a population that is almost half children.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are simply asking, should there be more time given for more humanitarian aid to come in, for more avenues of escape to be there for those innocents?
Well, let's move people to the south. Let's create.
But should Israel pause to allow that to happen?
Well, I'll leave that up to Israel. You got to remember who you're dealing with. Hamas doesn't give a damn about the Palestinian people. Can we agree that Hamas is not trying to achieve a two-state solution? They're trying to kill all the Jews. They're trying to create an Islamic caliphate. They don't care about a better life for the Palestinians. If we can all agree with that, then let's eliminate them. And let's try to find a way to do that without hurting people who don't buy into what they're saying.
Does it worry you at all that, you know, as the Israelis have pointed out, Hamas is hiding amongst civilians in order to create a civilian catastrophe?
Right.
Does it worry you at all that these attacks actually play into that, first of all, and second of all, is potentially riling up the Muslim world in a way that could create even more terrorist activity around the globe? Does that worry you?
Yeah. What worries me the most is that we missed this, and that Hamas was able to slaughter these people and nobody pick up the intel. How could we gotten it so wrong here and in Israel?
But the moral authority that the United States has, is there a risk that it could be lost in this war?
All I'm saying is that Israel needs to destroy Hamas. You got to go in on the ground to do that. Let's try to lessen the loss of innocent life. But it's not negotiable for the destruction of Hamas. You can't do it from the air. You have to get on the ground. They're embedded among the civilian population. And I will say this, do what you need as long as you need to do it from an Israeli point of view. Find out what happens when Hamas is destroyed. I'd like to learn from the past mistakes, create a better life for the Palestinians, and try to get Saudi Arabia and Israel back together. You know why I think this attack was created? To stop the reconciliation effort between Saudi Arabia and Israel by Iran. The real culprit here is Iran.
Yeah, Senator Graham, don't go anywhere. We have a lot more that we want to talk to you about coming up next, including the newly elected Speaker, Mike Johnson. He's picking his first fight with Senate Republicans in the White House over an Israel aid package. We'll have more on that in a moment.
Julian's about to learn that free food is a personal eating trigger.
No, it isn't. Yes, it is.
And that's just a bit of psychology Julian learned from Noom Wave. Sign up now at Noom.com.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
That grimy film on your teeth,
Dr. G.
it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but Crespro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects all day.
They stop cavities before they start.
Crest.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial, with 0 sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle, your water, your way, now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's Dual Complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits. Get credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items at no extra cost to you with United Healthcare.
We will no longer be prisoners to you, Winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with Consumer Cellular. The same coverage for up to half the cost. When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, systemic diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. He's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? Could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing me? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Is forming fast as the new speaker picks his first fight with the White House and the Senate by using war as a bargaining chip. The person who's 2 heartbeats away from the presidency is a man of mystery to most of the public and, frankly, to many of his own colleagues. But after weeks of infighting, Republicans rushed Mike Johnson into the speakership in just a matter of hours. And he's done 3 on-camera interviews since getting the House gavel, one with a Republican Party mouthpiece, another with a conspiracy peddler at the center of the Dominion lawsuit, and the third with Donald Trump's former press secretary. So here is what we've learned about Johnson since he became speaker.
What does Mike Johnson think about any issue under the sun? I said, well, go pick up a Bible off your shelf and read it. That's my worldview. On the marriage issue, no one has discussed that for as long as I can remember. This has been settled by the Supreme Court. We argued my entire career for 25 years that the state should have the right to do this. There's no national consensus among the people on what to do with that issue on a federal level for certain. He's not convicted. He's charged. He's charged. And so if we're going to expel people from Congress just because they're charged with a crime, then, or accused, that's a problem. The problem is the human heart. It's not guns, it's not the weapons. At the end of the day, we have to protect the right of the citizens to protect themselves. We have to base it upon the evidence, and the evidence is coming together. We'll see where it leads.
But perhaps the most notable revelation that we've learned about Johnson as Speaker is that he wants to move a standalone aid package for Israel without aid for Ukraine.
To put it succinctly, for our adversaries, be they states or non-states, this is all one fight, and we have to respond in a way that recognizes that. If we start to peel off pieces of this package, they'll see that, they'll understand that we are playing whack-a-mole.
But Johnson's plan is not as standalone as advertised. In order to pay for the Israel aid, Johnson actually wants to cut $14 billion from the IRS. Fewer agents, he says. Seems odd and really unrelated to link the IRS to emergency aid for Israel. Unless you watch enough right-wing media, the IRS is one of its favorite boogeymen. Democrats, though, call this disgraceful, a non-starter, offensive, a poison pill, problematic, and ridiculous. But politics aside, here is the reality. The $14 billion is part of an $80 billion investment designed to ensure that the ultra-wealthy and corporations don't skip out on paying their taxes. Tax enforcement is actually a big revenue driver for the government without raising taxes, according to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation. It's been popular with every president since Ronald Reagan. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is also nonpartisan, investing in this enforcement at the $80 billion level was estimated to actually raise $200 billion in revenue over the next decade. So if you hamper those efforts, it's possible that this would end up actually costing the U.S. even more in lost revenue beyond the sticker price. Now, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, also nonpartisan, defunding tax enforcement by $14 billion to pay for new spending the House will actually add more than $30 billion to the debt. And back with me now is Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator Graham, there is a new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and he is now saying he wants to pay for Israel aid by slashing funding for the IRS. Senator Schumer, your colleague, says that's not a serious proposal. Senator McConnell has also said that he doesn't think that that's a good idea. So do you side with the top Democrat in the Senate or the top Republican in the House?
I side with Israel, and I want to get them as much money as they need as quick as they can get it. So to the House. I understand we need to start paying for things around here. I get that. But this is truly an emergency, and I don't think we've ever offset an emergency aid before. When we have a disaster, when it's a hurricane that hits South Carolina, we don't have pay-fors because it's an emergency. What I don't want to happen is that the support for Israel become partisan, right? I think there's probably 400 votes in the House to support Israel. And when you start putting things like pay-fors on the table, then you break that coalition apart.
So
That's what I worry about.
So you're saying Speaker Johnson is wrong?
Well, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying the reality is that when it gets to the Senate, it's not going to go forward the way it's constructed. We just don't have 60 votes for this. So rather than focusing on having pay-fors that Republicans like and Democrats don't, why don't we agree with the idea that all of us need to support helping Israel now? He can do whatever he wants to in the House, but when it comes to the Senate, I promise you there are not 60 votes for this.
Do you believe that Ukraine aid and Israel aid should remain together?
Personally, I do.
And do you think that that will ultimately happen?
I think it will in the Senate. You know, if Putin gets away with invading Ukraine, there goes Taiwan. Putin hosted Hamas, I think yesterday in Moscow. So all this is really interconnected to me.
Why don't your colleagues understand that?
Well, listen, because I say it doesn't mean, I'm just telling you what I think. There's a lot of people believe that Ukraine's not a good investment. I'm not one of them. There's a lot of people believe you can let Putin get away with invading Ukraine, it won't matter. I'm just not one of them. There's a lot of people want to vote on it separately, but I don't. Let me tell you why. It's in America's national security interest to get this right. We need to secure our border. We need to help Ukraine. We need to stand with our friends in Israel. We should all do it together, because if we don't get all three right, we're in trouble. If we don't secure a border, we're in trouble. If we let Putin get away with invading Ukraine, we're in trouble. And God knows if we don't help Israel, they're in trouble.
All right, I want to turn now to politics. There is a presidential primary going on in your party. New CNN poll shows that Nikki Haley, someone you know very well, is in second place in South Carolina, both of your home states. Yeah. It's followed by Ron DeSantis and then Tim Scott. Should the candidates at this stage, who are not at least polling in the double digits, think about getting out of this race?
Well, the last person they need to get advice from is me. I ran for president. I don't think I ever got 1%. I got out because I ran out of money. That will work. But Nikki's done a heck of a job, I think, articulating a foreign policy I agree with. Tim Scott's one of the most intriguing, talented people in the Republican Party. Now, why am I with Trump? I like both Nikki and Tim. I believe if Trump were president, none of this would be going on. If he gets to be president in 2025, this will end pretty quickly. Whether you like Trump or not, there was order in the world that's been lost.
Well, Trump just recently said that he thought Hezbollah was smart. I mean, should someone who said something like that be president of the United States?
Yeah, well, he killed Soleimani, and I don't think Hezbollah is smart.
But he said that.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if he were president of the United States, Hamas would not have attacked Israel. I really believe that. Putin wouldn't invade in Ukraine because they're afraid of the guy. Nobody's afraid of Biden. A lot of people are afraid of Trump.
Senator Graham, do you think that Nikki Haley ultimately is the best alternative to Trump?
I think she's incredibly talented. If she won the nomination, I think she'd be a good president. I think Trump's going to win the primary in South Carolina and other places because most Republicans believed he was a good president for causes. He was a strong leader on national security, and I think most Republicans want him back in the White House.
One other point here. I mean, as you just mentioned earlier, Hamas is trying to stop a normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel that is being brokered by the Biden administration. Mm-hmm. They're doing this because the Biden administration is moving forward with basically an expansion of the Abraham Accords.
I got nothing but praise for the Biden administration.
Well, I mean, in that respect, how would Trump have acted differently?
Well, I think, the Abraham Accords came about because the Arabs believed he would stand up to Iran. The only reason the Arab nations followed his lead to normalize with Israel is because they felt that he was going to stand up with the common enemy, which is Iran.
But I guess what I'm asking is, do you think that Trump would have pursued a different policy toward normalization between Saudi Arabia and
No, I think
Israel
this is a natural extension. I want to compliment the Biden administration for building on what Trump did. I'm trying to work with the Biden administration to get an agreement between Saudi and Israel that would make the world more stable. Iran's biggest nightmare is that the Arab world join with the Israelis to move toward the light away from the darkness. So I want to help Tony. I want to help President Biden in this endeavor because this is the right policy.
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham, good to have you here in the studio. Thanks for joining us. And up next, an ominous warning from the FBI director.
The ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole nother level.
Those comments coming as we learn about an arrest over those anti-Semitic threats at Cornell University. Geraldo Rivera joins me next to discuss.
You ready? Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We bring stories that matter to the masses.
This is a reminder of the violence that faces migrants.
These are issues that affect so many people around the world.
Sometimes the lows of bipolar depression feel darkest before dawn. With Caplyta, there's a chance to let in the light. Caplyta is proven to deliver significant relief across bipolar depression. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta treats both bipolar 1 and 2 depression, and in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff, or uncontrollable muscle movements which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects.
Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cold behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
8 million people in Canada live with chronic pain. It's a condition that can last for years and have serious impacts on both physical and mental health. That's why Pain Canada is uniting a national community to find support and to take action towards a common goal. A dramatically improved system of care and support for people with pain. Find practical resources and connect with our community at campaigncanada.ca.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
It happened there and it can happen here. Today, a sobering warning from the FBI director about Hamas-style and Hamas-inspired terror.
We assess that the actions of Hamas and its allies will serve as an inspiration, the likes of which we haven't seen since ISIS launched its so-called caliphate several years ago.
Now, listening to the FBI director, it suggests that Hamas hopes to copy that ISIS model. You could see it on social media after October 7th. The propaganda videos culled from GoPros worn by terrorists and snuff films shot on iPhones that glorified savage murder. The potential downstream consequences of all of this are big and they are lethal. ISIS directed or spawned hundreds of attacks since 2014, and this new threat is uniquely tailored to target one group in particular, Jews.
The Jewish community is targeted by terrorists really across the spectrum. Homegrown violent extremists, foreign terrorist organizations, both Sunni and Shia, domestic violent extremists, and in fact, our statistics would indicate that for a group that represents only about 2.4% of the American public, they account for something like 60% of all religious-based hate crimes.
For more, I want to bring in journalist and former Fox News host Geraldo Rivera. Geraldo, thanks for being here as always. Just as we were coming on the air, the U.S. Attorney General announced that a student at Cornell University, a 21-year-old, Patrick Dye, he's a junior at the college, he's been arrested for making those threats against Jewish students on campus. These were vile and violent threats, blatantly anti-Semitic. What is going on in this country that a college junior at an elite school like Cornell would be responsible for something like that?
Mostly at this point, Abby, it has been angry rhetoric, but ugly words have a way of, translating into violence eventually. And when you have these really ugly, vile things being shouted one side against the other at some of the most elite schools in the country, it's really unnerving. Particularly, I'm like millions of other American parents tonight, Abby, our kids are filing college applications. This is the season for that. We have a high school senior, and we want her to go to the best school she possibly can get into. We care about the quality of education, the reputation of the school, the location. We never thought that we'd have to worry about our daughter being Jewish. And now with this guy, Patrick Dye, and some of the other things that are being said on the streets of campuses throughout the country, the most elite colleges in the country, you start to worry. This thing in Cornell, where this kid was putting out threats, slit throats and stab and shoot and rape and throw off cliffs. We have friends who have kids in Cornell, Jewish kids in Cornell. They were locked down. It was so terrifying, and I think that I worry that you go from verbal to actual as this rhetoric turns really metastasizes into violence. Abby.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's incredibly disturbing what we saw there and what we're seeing all over the country. You mentioned the rhetoric here. I mean, look, people feel really strongly about this issue. The conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians has been going on for 75 years. But we're also seeing some examples here of some rhetoric. This is from Congresswoman Cori Bush. She called Israel's actions in a tweet, she called Israel's actions an ethnic cleansing campaign. She's not alone in that, by the way. I mean, many on the left are calling it that, accusing Israel of genocide. But do you think that that kind of rhetoric, even as hot as the opinions are, is, justified in this kind of environment?
First of all, we have to acknowledge that what happened on the 7th of October was something that no hyperbole can possibly match. Babies and pregnant women and bellies cut open and people killed in front of their children, their hands amputated before they were murdered, and the horrible crimes committed. And then you have this attack on the Jubail refugee camp on the other side, and you're seeing babies being taken out of the rubble. You see how Palestinian and Israeli or Jewish alike, how there's plenty of reasons for provocation. This is a war is hell. This is really horrible what's happening. Israel has every right to avenge what happened and bring the perpetrators to justice and free these hostages. The Palestinians are trying in their own way to live when they have Hamas, a terrorist group that perpetrated this crime, and they made it as horrible as they possibly could, specifically to encourage or to provoke Israel into responding, and then they hide behind their civilians. The words are horrible, but the actions are even worse. What we don't want is the words here in the United States to become action. What we don't want, hate crimes and violence. This kid, Patrick Dye, who was he speaking with on this chat line? This is a bright kid by all accounts. He had Bitcoin companies and crypto and virtual reality and all the rest of it. This is a kid who looked like he was living the American dream, and he turns into this monster, at least in terms of what he is saying. And what if someone hears this and then takes it literally and then acts on it? Because there certainly have been and there will be even greater provocations going forward. I think that President Biden has to step into this right now. He has to calm the American people down. Yes, you have a right of free speech. Yes, you have a right to protest and to demonstrate. What you don't have a right to do is tell someone you're going to slit their throats, shoot them, rape them, or throw them off a cliff. I think that I am pleased at the action of the FBI office in Albany, the New York Capitol, in catching this kid. I want to know who he was talking with, whether any of them were spreading this hate. They've got to make sure they've got to nip this in the bud, because it's spread. Every Ivy League school, every major college in the country now is witnessing these passionate protests.
And of course, we should say that this suspect who was arrested is accused and has not been convicted of these allegations, but we will see where that all goes. Geraldo, thanks for all of your insights into all of that. Thank you. And coming up next, a claim from House Republicans that they say points to wrongdoing by Joe Biden, now undercut by new evidence. We've got the fact check next, plus a new study into what led to the extinction of dinosaurs. And it turns out it may have been dust that did them in.
For muscle cramps and spasms, what's your move? The Hercules? Make the move to TheraWorks for fast muscle relief. Safe, gentle, and absorbs quickly for relief.
TheraWorks works.
Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
I got the cabin for 3 days, and it'll be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No. Neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
So many hotels.
Trouble booking the family vacay? Come on. Comfort does free hot breakfast for the whole fam. They have waffles. And splendid pools.
Book direct at choicehotels.com.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
This is how Tosin lost 33 pounds on Noom weight.
I'm Tosin.
Noom gave her a psychological approach to weight loss.
Noom has taught me how you think about food has such a huge impact on your relationship with it.
Visit Noom.com and start your trial today.
At Granger, we know the ones who get it done wear a lot of hats. A hard hat is one, problem solver is another. Whatever the job calls for, we're here for you. We're America's trusted source for industrial-grade products, with the scale and resources to deliver and the knowledge to help answer tough product questions. Because we know that hats change, but having access to real people ready to help, combined with fast delivery, never goes out of style. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day, more dog people and more vets are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. They're quitting the kibble and kicking the cans and feeding their dogs dog food that's actually, well, food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food. Get 50% off your first box at thefarmersdog.com/realfood.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
In tonight's Fact Check, Republican House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer called into question a 2018 personal check to Joe Biden from his brother James. He took issue with the words loan repayment written on the check and repeatedly saying in interviews that he didn't believe that Joe Biden had actually made a loan to his brother. Well, CNN's Daniel Dale is here with us now to walk us through what exactly we're talking about here. Daniel, what do you know?
I can tell you, Abby, that the available evidence suggests this was indeed a personal loan from brother to brother, just as James Biden's lawyer and House Democrats have said. Now, we do not have comprehensive evidence absolutely proving it was a loan, but the partial evidence we have is firmly on the Democrats' side. So let me explain. Congressman Comer released an image of one check, a $200,000 check from James Biden to Joe Biden in March 2018, and noted that James wrote it on the same day that James got $200K from a healthcare company he did business with. So Comer said he didn't believe this check was actually a loan repayment, even though, again, it said loan repayment on the front. What Mr. Comer did not release, though, Abby, is an additional James Biden bank record that undercuts his case. That additional record, which CNN was provided by a source with access to the documents subpoenaed by Comer's committee, shows that less than 2 months prior to writing that $200K check to his brother, James Biden received the exact same amount, $200K, via a wire transfer. And here is the key thing. Other records that CNN obtained from the source strongly suggest that the wire transfer was from Joe Biden. If people go to CNN.com, they can find my article explaining how the evidence connects Joe Biden to that account. Regardless, here, the main point is this. Democrats have significant corroboration for their assertions that it was a loan. And one more point, Abby, I think is hugely important here. Joe Biden was neither in government nor a political candidate at the time this happened in 2018. To date, Republicans have not provided a shred of evidence that Joe Biden did anything in office to benefit his brother in his brother's dealings with this healthcare company. And that might well be because Joe Biden was not even in office at all at this time.
That seems to be a pretty salient point when it comes to the issue of corruption.
It certainly is. There is no proof provided here that Joe Biden did anything wrong.
Well, we'll keep asking, and we'll keep waiting for the evidence that they say is there, but so far we haven't seen it yet. Daniel Dale, thank you as always. And up next, a new study gives the world an answer to a 65-million-year-old question about the fate of dinosaurs. That's next.
Have you heard? Sling TV offers the news you love for less.
Wait, you look and sound just like me. Actually, I am you. Because I'm the same news programs on Sling for less. You mean you're me, but for less money? A lot less. I'm all your favorite news programs and more on Sling, starting at just $40 a month. Everything great about me, but for less money? Which makes me greater, don't you think? It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month. Sling.
Mom, what's that?
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go. Come on.
Who did that?
Get in right now.
Did you paint it or something? Hi, Mr. Cody.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products, designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours. Get it with Gurus. Car Gurus.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentix works for me.
Cosentix helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix. An official message from Medicare.
Let's give her a minute before we start. You know how she is.
Y'all check your Medicare plans? It's open enrollment.
No, why?
Because plans change each year. So can your health. Make sure you choose the right plan for you and your budget. You might save some money or get a few extras.
What I miss?
Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare your prescription drug and health options at Medicare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool.
You're all set. So your home is safe and smart.
We're gonna miss you.
You can check in on your home. Arm the system, we should go. Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
It's been more than 60 million years since the dinosaurs ruled the Earth, and after a city-sized asteroid wiped out 3/4 of all living species on our planet. But how exactly this doomed the dinosaurs remained unclear for a long time. Now, scientists previously thought that this was due to the soot produced from wildfires triggering a global winter, but there is a new study out that suggests that the fine dust from the pulverized asteroid may have played a bigger role than previously known, blocking out the sunlight and shutting down life for nearly 2 years. That caused a massive collapse in the food chain, ultimately leading to a mass extinction and the end of the dinosaur age. Joining me now to discuss this is astrophysicist Hakeem Alushayi. And Hakeem, you are here to really solve a huge mystery for me and so many other people. This is a study published in the journal Nature Geoscience, and it seeks to answer this question: why is it that we didn't know this before? And do you think it's plausible, personally?
Well, it's plausible because it is based on real data. So the actual material is crazy, but it's 66 million years old, but we can still go and gather it and see what's in there. And so they actually found this fine dust, and that was the experimenters. But then on the computational side, they had to actually create these models that show not only how the dust interacts with sunlight, does it absorb it, does it reflect it, but also how does the dust interact with the atmosphere. And what they found is that this particular type of material could stay airborne for 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
And producing a basically chain reaction.
Yes.
Killing off plant life first,
Yes,
and that is what would have caused the dinosaurs to basically go extinct?
Right, so when you shut down photosynthesis, right, so basically sunlight isn't making it to the ground. So plants aren't able to make their food, so the plant eaters have no source of food to eat. So now what does that mean? That means that everything that eats plants is going to die, and everything that eats those animals is going to die. So what really determined who was going to live and who was not going to live when this event occurred was how much you needed to eat. So for example, why did the dinosaurs die, but the crocodilians and the alligators, they survived? The reason is because dinosaurs were warm-blooded like us, and just like we need to eat 3 meals a day to live, those big dinosaurs needed a lot of food. A crocodile today, because they're cold-blooded, they don't need as much energy. So if they eat once a year, they can survive. So the small things survive, the cold-blooded small things survive. But if you were big and warm-blooded, once the food web shut down, you had your days were numbered.
So the science behind this relies on a computer model that simulated what the atmosphere would have been like at that time. Is there anything that we can take away from that as we try to project forward? We're talking a lot about climate change and how our activity as humans is affecting our atmosphere. What can we take away?
Well, one thing to know is that our atmosphere is a really, really thin layer. So even in the lifetimes of modern humans, we've had 3 big atmospheric emergencies. We've had acid rain, we've had the old hole in the ozone layer, and now we have global climate change, the warming of the global climate. And so this is the first time it's happened. That event did it, so outer space can do it through impacts, geology can do it through volcanoes, and life also does it. So what does this mean? What we've done so far is we've just lived our lives, and then we go, oops, look what we did, let's find a way to solve it, right? We could be a little bit more mindful and also recognize that this particular type of particulate matter does have this big outsized impact at cooling the planet and shutting down sunlight. So, it's another thing to watch out for.
I mean, it was a catastrophic event, but a single event that had such an incredible impact on this planet. So interesting, Hakeem. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
At Grainger, we know dealing with the unexpected is part of your job description, and we're here to help with professional-grade supplies, plus same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
At AG, we believe that nourishing your whole body is key to unlocking your vitality as you age, allowing you to thrive both physically and mentally. This is foundational nutrition made simple with AG1.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
Meet Norman. He's part Jack Russell and part tornado. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and tornado chaser. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
At Consumer Cellular, our customer service team is based here in America.
America?
America.
From sea to shining sea.
Beautiful. How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test.
Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter.
Crest.
For muscle cramps and spasms, TheraWorks absorbs quickly for relief. So get back at it.
TheraWorks works.
For fast muscle relief, TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney Plus.
We're gonna scare you. Boo.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
They put food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
And thank you for watching Newsnight. Laura Coates Live starts right now. Hey, Laura.
Hey,
Happy
Abby. So
Halloween,
good
by the way.
I was really torn to wear a costume or not to wear a costume. So instead I became an anchor. That's my costume. How's yours? Good? Is it a good one?
Also here as an anchor. I guess we're twinning today.
I love it. Abby Phillip, nice to see you as always. We'll see you right back here tomorrow. The deadly strike on a camp full of refugees and a chilling warning here at home. Tonight on Laura Coates Live. The images coming out of the Middle East tonight are nothing short of absolutely disturbing. But some say this is what war looks like. The aftermath of Israel's strike on Gaza's largest refugee camp. There are photos that show multiple large craters in the ground, shrouded by the rubble of destroyed and just obliterated buildings. Now, we don't actually know how many people are dead, but one eyewitness says that it felt like the end of the world. And an IDF spokesman telling Wolf Blitzer this.
This is the tragedy of war, Wolf. I mean, as you know, we've been saying for days, move south. Civilians that are not involved with Hamas, please move south.
The tragedy of war, that phrase alone, giving a lot of people pause, thinking about what that really fully means. Then you have the IDF telling Anderson Cooper tonight the airstrike targeted and killed one of the Hamas commanders that was responsible for the October 7th attack on Israel, while they say he was in hiding using civilians as human shields. Now, as the war intensifies there, well, the sad reality is that fear is intensifying and growing here. The director of the FBI is saying that anti-Semitism is reaching what he is now calling historic levels. The DOJ says a junior at Cornell University is now in custody following anti-Semitic threats against Jewish students, including threats to shoot students in the kosher dining hall. So how can people feel safe here at home, and how do we have the conversations we need to have to talk about all this? Well, I'm going to talk to a rabbi and an imam tonight about that very question. And as friends and fans are mourning the death of Matthew Perry, his ex-fiancée has now broken her silence. What she says about what she calls their profound relationship, and what she calls pain like she's never known. We begin tonight, though, with the deadly Israeli strike targeting a Hamas commander in that Gaza camp, crowded with refugees. Joining me now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier, and CNN military analyst retired Colonel Cedric Layden, who served as an intelligence officer in the U.S. Air Force. Now, I have to tell you, that phrase keeps going around in my mind, the tragedy of war, because on the one hand, it feels cruelly dismissive of, well, expendable people. On the other hand, it seems to be the stark reality about just what really war looks like, and we're seeing it in real time. But I still can't get my mind around it, Kim. What do you say?
It depends on the combatants. It depends on the kind of strikes. War is always horrible, but what we're seeing right now is this head-twisting destruction. And then we're hearing from Israeli military officials, well, you saw what happened on October 7th. We're going after those responsible, and this is a proportional response. It's hard to square the images of destruction with that statement, especially when you see civilians in pain, mothers with dead children. Well, that's happening on both sides. But it does feel like the scale is so much worse on the Palestinian side. And attacking Palestinians, they are very savvy in terms of media. Everything that's happening is going to be seen by the world in a way that in previous wars, a lot of comparisons have been made to World War II and Pearl Harbor. You didn't have the images from that, but we're going to see everything that happens here.
You actually have some new reporting tonight from sources you've been talking to about the scope of that destruction. What are you hearing?
They think this is going to be a months-long campaign, the second phase, to destroy Hamas militarily, politically, to root out everyone that they think is responsible for October 7th. And one Israeli military official put it to me that, Mosul, the liberation of Mosul from ISIS, which left very little of Mosul standing, is a good comparison. That took about 9 months. Gaza City is around the same size, same amount of people in it. This is going to take a long time, and it's going to be block by block on the ground and also from the air destruction.
I'm no mathematician, Cedric, but if you were to try to calculate the trajectory using what you see right now, the destruction of the buildings, of the lives, of the hospitals, of the aid that can't get there, 9 months seems like an absolute unbelievable figure to have anything left in Gaza, to have that bombardment. But this word proportional is a new thing I'm stuck on now. When you see this from your intelligence perspective and military background, many people like myself who are laymen looking at all this are saying, how do you gauge the military initiative? How do you look at whether it ought to be proportional or otherwise? If they targeted one particular person in underground tunnels, with them, collateral damage.
Well, Laura, there are a lot of things that go into those equations, but when it comes to the law of proportionality, which is part of the law of armed conflict, you have to look at applying equal amount of force, a force that is proportional to the act that was committed on you. So if you are the defender, like Israel casts itself as a defender in this case, the force that they use must be a force that doesn't go beyond the necessary means to go after the people that are responsible. So that sounds good, but the problem is the types of weapons that are available to them, and in many cases that are used, are ones that will bring with them, if they are used, collateral damage, particularly in an environment like the one we see in Gaza, which, as Kimberly mentioned, is so crowded. It is one of those areas where you've got everybody on top of each other. You've got normal civilians interspersed with Hamas fighters. You have the whole Hamas infrastructure all right there. And that becomes a real problem, because how do you target in an environment like that? We had difficulties with that in Iraq. We always have difficulties with that in almost any war that we fight nowadays. However, it's particularly acute. That difficulty is particularly acute in the Gaza situation, just because people don't have any place to go. In Mosul, Fallujah, places like that, there were ways for people to get out of there to some extent, but there's absolutely no way for the civilian population to get out of a lot of these areas in a real clear manner.
Before you get into that, though, what you speak of is the urgency then of war, and the urgency of a disproportional or proportional response, depending how you look at it. But what strikes many people is the timing, and is it luxury of being able to wait to have the person isolated? Listen to what General Dana Petard in the U.S. Army had to say earlier today about whether he believes the United States military would have waited to isolate those targets or not. Listen.
And you think the U.S. would have made a similar decision or not?
I think not, because of, as I mentioned before, tactical and operational patience. The idea that once you have a target, then you track the target with your different sensors and systems, and wait for that target to move out of the populated area or into a spot where you can minimize casualties.
What's your reaction to that?
So I generally agree with what General Petard was saying, because that's how we fight wars. We look for the person to move. We watch for patterns of life. We take a look and see where is that person going to go if we put pressure on them in a certain way. And we want them to move into an area where we can get them and only them as much as possible, and that's how we have prosecuted a lot of the targets, a lot of what we call high-value targets during the Iraq War and also during the Afghanistan War. The idea was to go after that target specifically, that individual who we deemed responsible, and not hit as many civilians as was the case here. Of course, that's the ideal world. In the real world, there are always going to be collateral damages to civilian infrastructure, to civilians themselves, and it's a very difficult thing to actually carry out, because there's so many variables in these situations.
And you have to remember, Hamas, this is by design. Hamas has put its command and control centers, its weapon storage areas throughout civilian areas on purpose, so that if Israel attacks, this is the kind of damage you see. And we also have to remember that there are 240 at last count hostages that Israel says is being held by Hamas. Hamas could release them and reduce the intensity of the bombing. They haven't done that. So this is a war where both sides are taking decisions. There was a decision to attack on October 7th, and Hamas knew that they were going to trigger something like this. The problem is the White House has chosen to be in lockstep with Israel, in many cases feels it needs to be in lockstep with Israel, but it's going to have to wear the international reaction to what Israel does. And the question is, how long can you do that? And I think that's why Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is headed there again at the end of the week to have some tough discussions behind closed doors.
Yeah. We'll have to see if they are.
I think those tough discussions are absolutely what's going on right now, because in public, you don't. The administration has absolutely decided not to attack Israel in any way, but what they're doing is they're telling the Israelis behind closed doors, you've got to be careful with the civilian casualties because of the public relations issues, and because, quite frankly, you don't ever want to get into a situation where you are the one being accused of war crimes.
Well, to be a fly on the wall in those meetings, everyone, thank you so much. Kim Dozier, Cedric Layton, thank you so much. Well, FBI Director Christopher Wray, he was not behind closed doors. He was out in the open, and he issued a chilling warning for Americans as the Israel-Hamas war intensifies.
The ongoing war in the Middle East has raised the threat of an attack against Americans in the United States to a whole nother level. We assess that the actions of Hamas and its allies will serve as an inspiration the likes of which we haven't seen since ISIS launched its so-called caliphate several years ago. Here in the United States, our most immediate concern is that violent extremists, individuals or small groups, will draw inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks against Americans going about their daily lives. That includes not just homegrown violent extremists inspired by a foreign terrorist organization, but also domestic violent extremists targeting Jewish or Muslim communities.
Well, joining me now, Danelle Harvin, the former Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for the government of Washington, D.C. Danelle, I mean, you heard the FBI director. This is not for the faint of heart. We heard about a year ago, you and I were talking about this very issue, that one of the biggest threats posed against the United States is internal. It's about political dissent and one aspect of it. Now you've got what's happening in terms of the rise of anti-Semitism, a rise of perhaps Islamophobia as well, and warring factions of ideologies as well. The fact that he is saying that this may inspire the greatest threat to the United States since ISIS, I mean, that's extremely significant.
The actual word he uses is historic. And the Director Way went on the Hill today to make 3 distinct points. One was to engage state and locals. You may not have said that. The FBI, 35,000 agents, they can't do this job by themselves. The second was to engage probably our most effective counterterrorism mechanism in the United States, and that's the public. You see something, say something isn't just a saying. The eyes and ears of the public are important. And the third part is to let the public know that the fight against global terrorism isn't just happening 6,000 miles away in Israel. That fight, Hamas wants to bring home to our own doorstep. They don't have to physically be here to do that. They can inspire people like ISIS did all throughout the 2010s to do homegrown terrorist attacks.
When I think about ISIS in that period of time, particularly we think about radicalization and how the intelligence officers and community was trying to figure out how to assess and determine who might be radicalized and the methodology that was used. You've spoken a lot about the protests and the reactions we're seeing, not only online and in circles that may be on the off-brand social media as well. What are your concerns about radicalization possibly being the next frontier on an issue like this?
So radicalization is a spectrum, right? You have people who aren't radicalized, people who become radicalized, and people who are radicalized and mobilizing to violence. As your previous guest talked about, the longer this goes on, the more protracted this happens. People can move quickly or slowly through that spectrum. At some point, people are going to stop wanting to yell and hold signs up, and they're going to say, we want direct action. And that's what he's talking about, that lone actor, that lone person sitting there stewing about what's happening over in Israel or Palestine and saying, I need to take direct action. What you have with these protests are opportunities for Hamas to radicalize people long distance. They're doing a very good job at mis and disinformation. Social media right now is a dumpster fire of mis and disinformation and hate.
We've noticed.
Right? And so you see, which is regular people they're looking to target regular people to radicalize them and move them quickly down the path towards violence. The other thing we're seeing now, and we've seen this historically, really since 2001 after 9/11, is that our domestic violent extremists, those people who are already entrenched in radicalization and violence, violent ideology, actually have found likelihoods akin to Hamas. They share a lot of the same ideologies. They're homophobic. They don't like Israel. They're anti-Semitic, and so what you find over the last couple of weeks online is our domestic violent extremists, our neo-Nazi groups, applauding Hamas and saying, well, we need to do something here.
Well, the identity and maybe the vision of who people think would be an extremist might be morphing in different directions as well. I mean, just look at this at Cornell. I mean, as a matter of fact, we're learning tonight a person is in custody for making the threats we talked about on our airwaves a great deal, a series of anti-Semitic threats, and they've identified him now as Patrick Day, a junior at Cornell University. When you look at the idea of one homegrown, now potentially campus grown, does that change the equation?
Absolutely. So it also changes the scope and scale of what law enforcement has to look at. So, some of these threats that were called in before, if someone had a gun or had a history of that type of thing, law enforcement able to really focus their resources on that individual. These threats can be coming from an Ivy League junior all the way to someone who's stewing, who they know about, they've been maybe monitoring. And we're not even talking about, and that's just a domestic threat. We're not talking about, potential sleeper cells, people who've come into this country, with this idea of doing this type of attacks. And so really, and that's what Director Ray was talking about, the threat environment that we're facing right now is so much greater. And the longer this conflict goes on, the more law enforcement intelligence have their work cut out for them.
I mean, how do you factor all this in and have the appropriate law enforcement to civilian ratio without becoming a police state? And then, of course, there's the notions of all the civil liberties that are at issue as well. It's a very extraordinary problem that we're trying to tackle. Donnell, thank you so much.
Thanks.
When we come back, warnings from the FBI, rising anti-Semitism, Islamophobia. As fears are spreading here, how do we have the kind of, uncomfortable conversation that we really do need to have? I'll talk to a rabbi and an imam next.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. How's the heart?
Good.
Sure?
I think so.
How do you know? Let me show you something. The 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With KardioMobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. KardioMobile is now available for just $79. Order at kardia.com or Amazon.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least 1 heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
Here's how Tommy lost 30 pounds on Noom Weight.
I'm Tom.
Noom helped him use psychology to lose weight.
The mindful aspect made me feel more conscious about what I was eating, why I was eating it. It's actually working.
Lose weight and make it last with Noom Weight.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home,
Arm the system. We should go.
manage your system from virtually anywhere, and get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Jews and Muslims alike in this country are, well, they're terrified, and with good reason. Since Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack on Israel, the Anti-Defamation League has recorded a whopping 388% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in this country. And that's not all. The Council on American Islamic Relations is reporting a 244% increase in Islamophobic incidents. So when we're looking at all this, is there a way to bring the temperature down? Joining me now, Rabbi Aaron Miller and Imam Dr. Talib Sharif. Gentlemen, I'm so glad that the two of you are here because, you know, we're all grappling with the kinds of uncomfortable conversations that need to happen. And part of it is, look, the learning curve is very steep for a lot of people trying to familiarize them with this region and what's happened historically. And they are almost tripping over themselves to form an opinion and then speak about it. And there might be some gaps in what the information is. I wonder from your perspectives and your communities and that your communities are coming to you, what are you hearing in terms of the difficulties in processing all that is happening right now?
People are terrified, and the Jewish community is terrified. I have parents who don't know how to talk to their kids. I have parents who've shared with their kids, just don't share that you're Jewish. If you meet somebody new, keep that to yourself.
Really?
It's heartbreaking. Parents don't know how to process this. This is generationally the most anti-Semitism people have ever experienced. There's more anti-Semitism that has happened over the past couple of weeks than anyone's encountered in their lifetimes. And so how do you share that with your children? How do you share that with people who don't know and understand what it feels like to be the victim of such hate?
So in the United States of America, parents are wondering and advising their children in some respects not to share who they are, not to share that they are Jewish. And the fear is that they will be harmed by classmates and the community members alike?
Right. Well, the fear is that we walk down the street and we don't know what people are going to do. We don't know how people are going to react. And God forbid someone hurts a child, and we've seen that in Chicago. We've seen that across the country. Jewish community, the Muslim community is being targeted now in ways that we've never seen before.
Are you having a similar experience and conversation?
Yes, Laura, and on top of what we just heard from our rabbi here, people are still trying to process. You know, their souls are heavy just from hearing, you know, about children, about families, grandmothers, fathers. You know, our conversation coming here was about our families. You know, not the labels, not about it, but it's families. His father is here, grandmothers. So trying to deal with that normal piece, and then also now the conversation. It's in the air. The divisiveness that's put up there. There's some fear that just because they think a certain way, that they may be canceled or they may be labeled as anti-Semitism, as if they feel something for the Palestinians. All these things are coming in, and of course the violence and seeing the picture, that just brings things back to home, and then the numbers are going up now. So yeah, those things are they're human responses, but we're starting to see some trauma, and we're just telling people, just cut the television off. Don't feel you have to get involved in every conversation. You know, just take the time for yourself, self-care. Because this thing, it affects all of us. You know, we all have human souls. And if you're connected to your human soul and you haven't become cold and extreme, then you're going to feel the weight. You're going to feel the weight of that. And we can see it in the people. And people are letting us know. So we have to tend to and cultivate the souls of human beings.
Well, I certainly advise to turn off the TV, but not at 11 p.m. live, because that's Laura Coates' show, so don't do that. Tell them to watch this program as well. But I hear what you're saying, and I'm really leaning in, because when the soul is heavy, it's very difficult to balance a lot of things, and to balance one's temperament and passions and response to things. And so when all this is happening and trying to process, I mean, how do you have the conversations that don't conflate the politics with the emotion? I mean, it's almost seeming like the Herculean task for everyone to do. in your roles in advising and cultivating and having these discussions, are you finding that harder to be?
It is definitely harder. It's harder because of the dynamics of the politically charged atmosphere. That makes it difficult. And it's okay. People are questioning themselves. It's okay. And we're telling them, we all have innate feelings. Like you said, it's a lot of information. People trying to decipher. They're looking at their telephones. And of course, we just heard about the misinformation. Of course, the disinformation, one of the big things as well. So they have to go with their gut. Go with your gut. Don't try to be where someone else is, because that's just going to make things worse with you trying to deal with your own feelings, your own thoughts about it. And again, we're saying take time to breathe.
But Rabbi, to the point he was raising about feeling as though you could say the wrong thing, that if you were to express a political viewpoint or express support for Palestinians and you are viewed as anti-Semitic, are you grappling with that among your community about how to understand the positions that are taken without feeling alienated?
It's a nuanced conversation. When we talk about anti-Semitism, not every sentiment, political sentiment, is an anti-Semitic sentiment. But there is a difference, and to be a Jew is to be keenly aware of what that difference is. We see lines crossed all the time on college campuses. We see lines crossed, as Imam Sharif said, on social media all the time. But one of the things that religion offers in this time is a way to lower the temperature. It's not, can we be a thermostat, but can we be a thermometer? And collectively, as religious voices, help guide our congregants to lower the intensity of this conversation, and also to acknowledge that this is politics, and we're in the business of religion. And what religion offers people is not just solace, which it certainly does, but the ability to see the divinity in God's children, the ability to see the godliness in those even who are not us. And if religion can bring us beyond ourselves, then I sincerely believe, I know Imam and I both do, that religion can bring healing to this desperate and broken time.
So what's happening on college campuses? Because on the one hand, you've got the youngest among us in these spaces, the marketplace of ideas, being exposed to things that the generations that came long before were tackling and trying to have. Are the colleges getting something wrong, or is this part of some churning of the young, impressionable mind?
Anti-Semitism is the oldest and most persistent hatred. Anti-Semitism is the need to hate somebody and conveniently, yet again, landing on the Jews. And what we're seeing on college campuses is people who are sometimes angry, confused, and also trying on different ideas and different identities, drawing on the new adults in their lives who, from my perspective, across the board, are letting them down. We're seeing administrators lose moral clarity. We're seeing professors feed and fuel true anti-Semitism on campuses. And so when someone is coming to college, and it's not someone, these are kids, as you said, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and they're looking for new role models, they're looking for people to look up to in this new stage in their life, we're finding a lot of them are let down. A lot of them don't know who to turn to. And in fact, that not offering a moral voice is giving rise to these kinds of hate speech that are filling college campuses in ways that I've never seen before.
What is your take?
Well, a lot of them are not getting what they need. We all need comfort. We all need good advice, as human beings, because again, we get lost in all the traffic. The present, we're in the present, but that inherits the past. And again, if you don't reconcile that, and then you have youngsters who are not getting what they need, see, we should be addressing these things. This is what should be taking place in these universities, in the homes, in the schools, in the levels of government. We have to deal with it and get people, first of all, we need to see that we all one. We all connected. When I first saw my brother Rabbi here, we began asking about families. I mean, the religious label was one thing, but we're humans first. And then I can see him. He's a father. He has children. He's a son. His father's here as well. Just to see each other this way. So these kind of conversations, if you don't have these kind of conversations and get someone bringing us together so we can begin to see the human, this is the first level. We come here as human first. When the baby comes here and we got babies being killed right now, they're not conscious of themselves as a race. They're not conscious of their religious identity. They're not conscious of ethnicity. They're human first. That other stuff comes later. So we can get people just to see that. Then that'll help tone things down, and we not begin to look at each other as something other than human and begin to demonize other human beings because of what others have done. This is what we see happening. But again, if you're young, you can't process that. You need help trying to process that. You need guidance trying to process that. Because that's part of the job that we have right now, to do just that.
Not just the young, the old,
Yes.
you know, the idea of thinking about how to bring that temperature down when it feels like an inferno of controversy and of difficult conversations. Thank you for having this one together with me tonight. I really do appreciate it, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
New tonight, there's a possible motive in the Maine massacre. We'll tell you what the shooter's siblings are saying about him right after this.
You ready? Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We bring the stories that matter to the masses.
This is a reminder of the violence that faces migrants.
These are issues that affect so many people around the world.
This is AG1, foundational nutrition to support whole body, brain, and gut health. Vitamins, minerals, pre and probiotics, adaptogens, functional mushrooms, all that in this. Start at drinkag1.com. In 3 seconds, Janice will win a speed boat.
Bingo! I'm moving to the lake!
Get us out of the house. Ooh, that's a lot of work. Don't worry, skip the hassles and sell directly to Open Door. Bingo. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
Hi, I'm Jill, and I've lost 56 pounds on going.
Hi, I'm Barry, and I've lost 42 pounds. Jill and I are a team. If she tells me to do something, I usually jump on board.
Golo was doable, it's realistic, and it's something we can do the rest of our lives.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Did you know you can save with GoodRx, even if you have insurance?
I'm on Medicare. I check GoodRx because it can beat my copay. Who wouldn't like that?
Even if you have insurance, GoodRx can help you save. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Whoa. Cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
False or misleading search results can negatively impact your life. A bad online reputation can put you at significant risk of losing job opportunities or new customers. Reputation Defender helps clean up your search results, wiping away negative first impressions, allowing truthful, positive content to rise to the top. Don't you deserve to have more control over how you're represented online? Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN. There are new documents tonight showing a potential motive in the Maine mass shooting. Two of the shooter's siblings speaking to officials and telling them that their brother had become, quote, delusional after what they called a bad breakup. That information alone, frankly, leads to even more questions. Question that CNN Shimon Prokupecz is not afraid to ask. And Shimon is here with me right now. Shimon, I'm wondering, what do these documents say about a possible motive here?
Right, so this all came out today from the state police just tonight from their search warrant documents. They put out information based on interviews that they did with family members and friends of the shooter. And what we're seeing is just more evidence of this paranoia, mental illness. He, for whatever reason, believed people were calling him, accusing him of being a pedophile. And with the bowling alley, where one of the locations, and the bar, the other location, he thought those two places were somehow broadcasting that he was a pedophile. This seems to be a thing with him for quite some time, for whatever reason, and right, it's just so difficult to understand. He's clearly suffering. He's going through several things mentally, but this is the one constant thing, that for some reason he thinks people are calling him a pedophile.
Now, what am I hearing about all the warnings that may have been available to government? And I mean, I saw your incredible interview with the governor where you really tried to get an answer about what was happening. But what is the answer? Did they know? Were there red flags that were actually known?
Yeah, I mean, they were very apparent, and so apparent that when I was talking to law enforcement officials in Maine, senior law enforcement officials, they were alarmed at the fact that the sheriff's office, where the shooter lived, had contact with his family, went to his home based on a welfare check. They got a call from the military in September saying, listen, we're concerned. We think he has the capability of doing harm. They talked about a possible mass shooting. They asked the sheriff to go to the home. The sheriff's deputy goes there. On 3 occasions, he's there. On the September 15th, he goes, he's not home. But then he goes back on September 16th. And he sees the white Subaru that the shooter used on the day of the shooting in the driveway. He thinks he's inside. He calls for backup because he himself is concerned. And then he does nothing. He basically leaves. And then they go back the next day, and he's not there. And so then they file a missing persons report, but it's never really followed up on. There's never really any effort to make that we know of that's being made to locate him. And they're aware that he has access to guns. They're aware that he has this mental illness, and very troubling things are going on in his life. And then also the military is telling them things. And then we find out, well, actually in the Army, they actually prohibited him from handling weapons at one point. So there are all these red flags, all of these signs that this was a troubled person who had access to guns, and yet somehow no one thought it was best to somehow try and take him in, get him evaluated, see what a medical professional thinks, and then perhaps petition a court, which is what you can do under the yellow flag law there in Maine, and to see if perhaps they can take away his guns. But no one did that.
I mean, but first of all, I cannot imagine what the family members must be thinking, hearing all of this. I mean, you go from hearing about mass shootings and tragedies, and Uvalde is but one extraordinary example of what the absence of transparency and information feels like, the gut punch, to hearing the information and again a drop kick, thinking about what was possibly known and what could have, if not deterred or prevented, at least perhaps addressed some aspect of it. Shimon, you got to keep digging in. I know you will. I know you so well, and thank you. The community, I know when the cameras leave, it is all the more traumatic. I know that you will stay on the story. Thank you, Shimon, as always.
Thanks. Thank you, Laura.
Getting ready to take the stand, Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka. Yep, the last name there is all Trump. Each of them going to testify in the Trump fraud case beginning as early as tomorrow. The reporter who wrote the definitive net worth of Donald Trump tells us what he expects to happen during all these testimonies next.
we are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say they are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
The stackable savings sale is going on now at Cabinets to Go. Get 25% off cabinets. Plus, save an additional 15% when you add flooring, countertops, and installation. That's up to 40% off. Don't wait. Visit us today for your free 3D design and enjoy your new dream kitchen this holiday season. Hurry! This stackable savings sale ends November 7th. Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Looks like it's bride time, huh?
Dr. Garcia?
Crest Reality Checkup.
That grindy film on your teeth, it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities in months. And your toothpaste just isn't cutting it.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but the antibacterial fluoride in Crest Pro Health protects for up to 12 hours.
So I can stop cavities before they start.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a latte?
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
Let's get together. Let's thrive together. Talk with your pediatrician today about COVID-19 vaccination. This message is brought to you by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Unnecessary action here.
Missing punches.
Unnecessary.
Check reversals.
Unnecessary.
Timesheet correction.
Unnecessary.
Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go! Go!
When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employers do their own payroll.
Hey you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall. These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing.
Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 selling brand for men's prostate and urinary health.
You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bathroom trips.
Super Beta Prostate. Find it at Walmart.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students to custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on the kids.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
I'm Pete Muntine at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
So Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka Trump are taking center stage at the $250 million civil fraud trial against the former president and the Trump Organization, with Don Jr. likely to take the stand as early as tomorrow. Here to preview all of the action in that courtroom is senior editor at Forbes, Dan Alexander. He's also the author of White House Inc., How Donald Trump Turned the Presidency into a Business. Dan, thank you for being here. I mean, just thinking about the list of those who are going to testify It's pretty extraordinary. You have some insight from the depositions, in fact. How do you think their testimony is going to actually play out in court?
Well, it's going to be interesting. You know, each of these three kids has a different personality, and I think that we're going to see that in court. So Ivanka Trump is smooth. You know, she's going to come off as maybe a little aggrieved, you know, tense about what's going on, but she speaks smoothly. Don Jr. is going to plead ignorance. Although his name is all over many of the documents at the heart of this case, he's going to say, I had nothing to do with any of them. Eric Trump, I expect to be defensive and maybe a little bit thrown off kilter. I've, you know, interviewed him in the past and have asked him difficult questions in the past, and he's reacted nervously about those, and that's just talking with a Forbes reporter on a telephone. It's going to be much more intense in an open courtroom with lots of lawyers and press staring him down while he's on the stand.
And perhaps even his father sitting there as well, watching to see what they will actually say. You also report Ivanka helped her father lie about his net worth. So how did she get dismissed from this multi-million-dollar lawsuit?
It's a great question. You know, Ivanka has always sort of seemed like the favorite child of Donald Trump, and it makes sense then that he brought her with him when he went to the White House. And by bringing her with him, he also got her out of future legal trouble. So now Ivanka was able to get herself removed from the lawsuit because of the statute of limitations. Her brothers, meanwhile, stayed at home in Trump Tower manning the shop, and therefore were very involved in the business in recent years, and that's why they remain defendants in this case.
You know, this is a very significant case. There's many others, obviously. There's one in Fulton County. Of course, there's one with the Attorney General, Letitia James, this one. There's Alvin Bragg. There's the Jack Smith case. There's Mar-a-Lago. I mean, you can name a lot of these things, but this seems to be the one that Donald Trump, the former president, is front row center for and has the most, it seems, buy-in and investment to be present. What do you believe will be the lasting impact of his own children's testimony on the organization as a whole?
You know, the problem that this lawsuit is going to bring to the Trump organization, to Donald Trump and his kids, is that it's going to remove their credibility. So these three kids are all going to get up on the stand, and they're basically going to say, I didn't have all that much to do with this. Now, remember, these are now the current leaders of the Trump organization, for Don Jr. and Eric. For them to go publicly and saying, we don't stand behind these statements, we didn't have much to do with these statements of net worth that we sent to all of these lenders, that undermines credibility. Anytime that they're going to be dealing with business partners or lenders in the future, they're going to say, okay, so Donald Trump is focused on politics, the kids say that they don't know much about these details, and the younger people, the junior people in the Trump organization, blame the upper management. So who can we trust in this business? And that's going to be a challenge that I think faces them for years to come.
Dan Alexander, thank you so much for watching all of this unfold. Very significant that the children will now be testifying in this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, as you know, the friends spoke out, and now the fiancé. Matthew Perry's ex-fiancée breaking her silence on his death. That's next.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Open Door. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
In Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
My mental health was much better, but I struggled with uncontrollable movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia. TD can be caused by some mental health meds.
And it's unlikely to improve without treatment. I felt like my movements were in the spotlight.
#1 prescribed Ingrezza is the only TD treatment for adults that's always one pill once daily. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on most mental health meds. Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have thoughts of suicide. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including angioedema, potential heart rhythm problems, and abnormal movements. Report fevers, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these may be life-threatening. Sleepiness is the most common side effect.
It's nice. People focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about #1 prescribed once daily Ingrezza.
My name is Marie. I'm 49 years old, and I'm a business owner. I own a lemonade and ice cream shop in Florida, so I can feel and see that my lines have gotten deeper just from a year out in the sun. I'm still Marie, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I did not want a dramatic change. I wanted something subtle, and I'm really, really happy with the results. It's still me, but with fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
We've got more reactions to the tragic death of Matthew Perry. His former fiancée, Molly Hurwitz, posting on Instagram saying that he had a profound impact on her, but also saying he caused pain like she'd never known. Making sure to mention Al-Anon and the support, and the support the group has for people struggling with substance abuse. And remembering also the good times, how the two would rewatch Friends together before the cast reunion even 2 years ago. Rewinding scenes and appreciating the humor. So remember those good times again, too. Before we leave you tonight, here's the last scene from the series finale. Matthew Perry asked co-creator Marta Kaufman if he could say the final line.
Okay, should we get some coffee?
Sure. Where?
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, tomorrow at 7 on CNN.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh! No, it's just funny! Calm down, Taco. That's just, stop! Sesame, no! Walter, don't! No, you're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, human, what if you could accomplish something instead of endlessly following up? How about if you collaborated with other humans in other departments? What if making a project template was quicker than putting on work pants? What if you could keep up with projects without chasing other humans down? What if how humans work actually worked for humans? Operate at peak human. Smart sheet.
It's time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I just said. Right. It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
Sling. Got the cabin for 3 days, gonna be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No. Neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. At 88 years old, we still see the world with the wonder of new eyes, helping you discover untapped possibilities and relentlessly working with you to make them real. Old school grit, new world ideas, Morgan Stanley.
Introducing Avocado's body-hugging, certified organic luxury mattress. Plush and decadent, made with 17 luxurious supportive layers, including organic cotton, wool, and latex, natural silk and alpaca fibers, and individually pocketed motion-isolating coils for total body support. For sleepers who want the best in natural luxury, add an adjustable base to effortlessly customize your sleep positions. Shop today with Avocado Green, proud supporter of 1% for the planet.
Yellow lines are everywhere, guiding us when we need a little help, giving us a heads up, and warning us before we cross them. So that when life doesn't give us a yellow line,
Can you grab that?
we know what to do. Let's keep it preventable.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, Israel, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
Hello and welcome to our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. I'm Paula Newton with our coverage of Israel's war on Hamas. Now, Israel is defending its deadly strike on a densely populated refugee camp in northern Gaza. Now, it is too soon to know the casualty count or the true scope of the devastation in Jabalia, but a doctor at a Gaza hospital said it's received hundreds of dead or wounded people from that attack. There are multiple craters in the ground and huge piles of rubble.
An attack on some wanted Hamas commanders.
October 7th rampage and succeeded, in fact, they claim, in taking them out.
Put in,
We're told dozens of
trying to
Hamas combatants were
take out
also
the tunnels.
killed when underground tunnels beneath
Other
the camp collapsed.
tunnels
But
beneath the
innocent
camp
lives were also
collapsed,
lost, and the Israeli military said
causing many civilian deaths.
civilian deaths. But Hamas spokesperson accused Israel of trying to justify what he called a heinous crime against civilians.
Oh, they're after
And he denied that the leader Israel claimed to kill
Hamas.
camp at the time of the strike.
fighters.
Meantime, the White House says
What they
that
did.
despite the blast, there are quote, indications Israel is
October
trying to protect
7th,
civilians.
2023 in
National Security
Israel.
Council spokesperson called the deaths tragedies and said the U.S. will keep working with the
The fault
Israelis
is
to
Hamas
limit
for
civilian
creating so many tunnels underneath the places where people live. It's Hamas's fault that they collapsed.
Is not a war aim of Israel. I'm not denying that it's happening. Now, of course it is, and it's tragic. But it's not the goal of Israeli forces to go out and deliberately take innocent civilian life, and they have tried to make efforts to minimize that.
So a reminder here, the Jabalia refugee camp is in fact the largest in Gaza. That's according to the UN Agency for Palestinians, which registered more than 116,000 people there at last count. Witnesses to the strike are describing horrendous scenes of children. I mean, imagine this, children carrying other injured children. And we want to warn you, our report will be difficult to watch. Here's CNN's Nada Bashir.
Horrifying scenes of utter despair. Where is she? This man pleads, but everything here is gone. Part of the Jabalia refugee camp, among the largest and most densely populated in Gaza, now turned to rubble. The latest target of Israel's relentless air campaign. The IDF has claimed responsibility for the airstrike. The target, they say, a senior Hamas commander killed in the blast.
We were focused again on a target, a senior commander.
But this attack, this massacre, as doctors in Gaza are describing it, has hit civilians hardest. Emergency response teams work desperately in the hope of finding more survivors. But outside Gaza's overwhelmed Indonesian hospital, corpses line the street. The number of those killed and injured, according to the hospital's director, already in the hundreds.
They were just in their homes. Children, women, the elderly. We have no idea what to do. The injured are everywhere.
Inside the hospital, mothers with their children, wounded and traumatized. But outside, survivors continue to dig through the debris of what once were their homes, desperate to find loved ones buried beneath, but all fearing the very worst.
It's supposed to be gone.
Some
It's
of the
supposed to
videos
have gone
which have
to
emerged
the
from the
south.
aftermath of the airstrike on Jabalia are simply too graphic to show. Doctors tell CNN their bodies were found charred and dismembered. This nightmare comes after residents in northern Gaza were warned by Israel to evacuate southwards. But many simply cannot leave. And while Israel denies carrying out collective punishment against the Palestinian people, but scenes like this, reflected across the Gaza Strip, show that it is civilians that are paying the price. Nada Bashir, CNN, Jerusalem.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus is a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, and he is with us now live from Tel Aviv. And I really appreciate you coming back to us here as we try to learn more about this horrific airstrike. You have been on CNN saying that, look, this was targeting Hamas, and that this was, in fact, a strike to hit those tunnels underground. But in the last few hours, have you learned anything more? Because clearly, the devastation that we see there in that report means this has been incredibly catastrophic for innocents on the ground.
Yes, the population in Gaza continues to pay the price for the atrocities of Hamas. Again, I want to emphasize that this is a war that we didn't start and we didn't want, and that we are now responding to Hamas aggression. The person that we killed, a senior Hamas commander, was vital in planning the attack, and that is why we struck him. I emphasize, and this has been, and intelligence has been shared with the US and with other countries, we do not target civilians, and it is always sad, and I couldn't see the footage, I could only hear it, but yes, it is sad when civilians are caught in the middle. That is exactly why we have been asking them for 2 weeks to vacate this area, And I'm sure that many more would have vacated had it not been for Hamas that has actively been stopping the evacuation. In places where we can warn in advance and do all kinds of things in order to mitigate the effect on civilians, we have done so, including in this war against Hamas. In this specific attack, we were targeting an important military commander, therefore there could be no warning before. We struck the target. We have information that dozens of Hamas operatives were killed and confirmed that he is dead.
Okay, so we have one other point there that you say there could not have been forewarning because you were trying to hit this target. On the other hand, I've been in Gaza when the IDF has performed surgical strikes. The IDF is more than capable of this. This is not that. Why not?
So I don't think I really agree with what you say, because the precision here is to hit a target buried underground, a tunnel complex, which is where this terrorist was hiding, trying to use civilians as his human shield, which is the common practice of Hamas, which is a war crime. It's also a war crime not to allow civilians to evacuate from a combat area, and Hamas is doing both. And what we did here was to strike with the acquired or the required amount of firepower in order to get to where he was hiding, in order to achieve a military achievement that supports the overall aim of the war. That is why this was struck. It is both legitimate and an important military strike to do. I understand that the pictures are difficult. I understand that our human feelings when seeing suffering, we relate to that. But if we are able to look from a little bit higher position, this war is against a brutal terrorist enemy that is waiting for exactly these things to happen and for exactly this type of coverage. And they are building on and really hoping for these scenes to become international pressure so that they can get a ceasefire and they can live to see the light of another day and continue to plan to attack Israeli civilians as they did on October the 7th. And we are not going to let them do that.
But to take up another point here, this isn't just video, right? No matter who uses it for propaganda purposes, there are entire families that have been annihilated, and we have heard on the ground and verified, obviously, many children. I ask you, a U.S. expert that we spoke to who was in charge of trying to get high-value targets in the Iraq War says that Israel does have options, that more surgical and precision strikes are possible. Why not, I ask you again, in this case?
Well, I'll explain again. When a terrorist is in a tunnel complex underneath buildings and or in between buildings, you have to use significant firepower in order to get to the tunnels. And if he and his other terrorists that are hiding and running operations from that tunnel are the target, and they are legitimate.
But at a certain point in time, do you not decide that preserving civilian life is more important than maybe hitting that target at that time?
Many times, and we have done so in this war as well. Many times we have averted strikes because we saw that the situation on the ground, the balance between civilians and the military aim didn't justify such a strike, and we have averted many strikes. And as I said before, we have also warned civilians to vacate premises because we saw that we could achieve the military goal without having collateral damages.
I do want to get to a few other issues of developing stories here, but I have to ask you, do you expect this to happen in northern Gaza again, that you will have to hit with that kind of firepower because there is a high-value target that you must take out?
What I expect are two important things. One is that the remainder of the civilian population in northern Gaza should heed our warnings and evacuate to the south. And the second thing is maybe Hamas should stop hiding behind their civilians, come out and fight instead of hiding behind civilians like cowards.
We also have word right now that, again, Gaza is in a blackout, that all internet services, phone services, they are not working at the moment. Is that something that the IDF put into place in the last few hours?
Not as far as I'm aware, no. I've seen reports. We're looking to understand what exactly, but not as far as I'm aware.
And I am really glad to speak to you again, and I want to speak specifically about this issue of evacuating northern Gaza only to go to southern Gaza, where we have actually, again, verified airstrikes. Why are there still airstrikes in places like Khan Yunis when people who go there to great risk to themselves are told it is safe and it is not safe?
No, let's be specific. We never ever said, never ever did we promise during these 2 weeks that we have been calling on civilians in northern Gaza to evacuate to the south. Never ever have we said in any language, Arabic, English, Hebrew, or whatever, that we are not going to strike Hamas military targets in the south. We have said continuously that we will continue to strike Hamas military targets all over. Wherever we see commanders, wherever we see valuable targets, we will strike them. But that the northern part of Gaza is going to be the area of significant military operations, and therefore that they should vacate northern Gaza, and that it will be safer to be in the south. We have never promised safety. I don't think that any military in a war zone can ever say, listen, this area is totally safe, because we are at war against an enemy that, again, uses the civilians as their human shields, uses schools, hospitals, mosques, and UN facilities to fire from or from beneath. Nothing is holy to Hamas, and we are doing our best to have civilians out of the fight.
And so with that, Lieutenant Colonel, we will take you at your word. There is no safe place in Gaza. Understood. Lieutenant Colonel, I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Not exactly what I said, but thank you.
I'm going to go live now to our Scott McLean, who's been following all of the developments from London. I mean, a little bit more explanation there in the sense that they're saying they didn't have time for warning, and he was very clear on what the goals were there. But what has been some of the reaction to what went on at the Jabalia refugee camp?
Yeah, first off, Paul, I thought it was quite fascinating, your question about sort of whether this was worth it, and his answer saying that, look, they have decided not to go ahead with some strikes because there would be too many civilian casualties and not enough payout. The implication in this case is that Israel does believe that despite the civilian casualties in this case, the payoff was worth it. In terms of the reaction, look, you mentioned the United States has come out and said that look, it believes that Israel is actually trying to minimize civilian casualties. That, though, is in stark contrast to many of the reactions that we're hearing from across the Middle East. Obviously, the Palestinians have one reaction. Their ambassador to the United Nations said that the International Criminal Court should be putting out arrest warrants for those responsible for this strike. You have the Iranians and the Saudis, two countries which are bitter rivals that generally don't agree on very much, but now very much united in their response to what's happening in Gaza and in this particular strike. Both of them condemning what happened, the Iranians calling it barbaric, the Saudis saying that the current escalation cannot be justified at all. You also have the UAE, which has been growing its ties with Israel over the last couple of years, also condemning this and saying that, look, indiscriminate attacks will have irreparable ramifications in the region. Egypt also called this strike inhuman and said, quote, Egypt considered this as a new flagrant violation by the Israeli forces against the provisions of international law and international humanitarian law. And, of course, one of the most outspoken leaders in the region on all of this in recent weeks has been the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He called Israel's entire war effort a massacre, in his words, and he said this: the Israeli administration, backed by the unconditional support of Europe and America, has been committing crimes against humanity in front of the eyes of the whole world for exactly 25 days. We believe that Israel, which seems to have completely lost its state of mind and acts like an organization, must be stopped as soon as possible. And even within Israel, obviously there is a debate taking place there. There are people who have a range of opinions, but there are many who are also condemning Israel's approach. One of them is the human rights group B'Tselem, who said, quote, this criminal harm to civilians is intolerable, and the obvious needs to be stated again and again. Not everything is allowed in war, including war on Hamas. Targeting civilians is always prohibited, and Israel must stop these attacks now. You're even seeing reaction from outside of the region, far outside of the region. Colombia and Chile both announced that they were recalling their ambassadors following this strike. The Colombians saying that they cannot be present in Israel while a massacre of Palestinians is taking place, and the Chilean saying that violations of international law, as it believes that Israel is doing, are not acceptable. You are not seeing the same level of condemnation from the West. There have been outliers. For instance, the Norwegian Prime Minister in recent days said that, look, he believes that a line has been crossed by Israel when it comes to international law. By and large, the reaction from the West has been a boilerplate statement, which is something along the lines of, look, Israel has the right to defend itself, but it must do so within the bounds of international law, Paula.
Yeah, and what is also interesting here is that's the reaction we see publicly. You know, behind the scenes, also U.S. officials and many others are having discussions with the Israeli government about what their military strategy is. Scott McLean in London, thanks so much for following all of that. Appreciate it. Now, a Hamas spokesperson claims the group will release some foreign nationals held hostage in the coming days. It comes after Hamas says requests came from their respective countries through mediators. Hamas hasn't clarified how many hostages will be released or which countries they come from. Now, on Monday, the militant group released a video showing 3 women believed to be hostages. One of the women demanded Israel continue negotiations to free all hostages, though it's unclear if her comments were made under duress. Her brother tells CNN it's clear she isn't doing well.
What we saw in the video is her in a very, very big distress. Yeah. My sister is a calm person. Seeing her like that, hearing her means that she's not well. The fact that she's speaking doesn't mean that she's well. Right. And the fact that people are now saying, okay, they look good, that's exactly what they want us to think. Everyone is okay, but keep in mind that there are 3 hostages that we saw. Right. There are more than 230 there. Yeah. And I think that this is, again, we don't know the situation of the other hostages, my other sister and her family. We don't have, the Red Cross is not allowed there. Why? Why can't we understand what the situation of all hostages?
What a tormenting situation. Meantime, the streets around Jerusalem City Hall have been filled with empty beds and cribs. Each represent one of the more than 200 missing people taken hostage on October 7th. Okay, coming up for us, Iran-backed Houthi militants in Yemen say they launched an attack on Israel. Now they're getting involved in Israel's war with Hamas.
There's 2 things a young man want to be: cowboy or a gangster. And a gangster is out of style. I got back to my roots. We come from a long line of cowboys. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, my aunt even rode horses. When I see all of us out here on this ranch, I see how far our legacy can go.
RSV can severely affect the lungs and lower airways.
But I'm protected with Arexvy.
Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. RSV can be serious for those over 60, including those with asthma, diabetes, COPD, and certain other conditions.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective in preventing lower respiratory disease from RSV and over 94% effective in those with these health conditions. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain.
I chose Arexvy.
RSV, make it Arexvy.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Doug. And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano. Are you replacing me? With this guy? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity. He doesn't even have a mustache. Oh, look at Boo-Boo. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
U.S. Republican lawmakers are battling over how and when to provide aid to Israel. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell wants to tie Israel funding to more help for Ukraine. The newly minted House Speaker Mike Johnson is pushing for a standalone aid bill for Israel. That would be funded in part by a cut in spending for the Internal Revenue Service. Yes, the agency that collects taxes. Now, on the Senate floor Tuesday, the leaders of both parties criticized that proposal.
The new speaker knows perfectly well that if you want to help Israel, you can't propose legislation that is full of poison pills. This House GOP proposal is clearly designed to divide Congress on a partisan basis.
So at the risk of repeating myself, the threats facing America and our allies are serious, and they're intertwined. If we ignore that fact, we do so at our own peril.
Speaking of lawmakers, Secretary of State Antony Blinken told lawmakers it's vital the U.S. provide aid to Ukraine and Israel at once so that Russia and China will not see Washington as, quote, playing whack-a-mole in response to global crises. Israel's military says it has thwarted what it called aerial threats around the Red Sea using its aero defense system for the very first time to intercept a surface-to-surface missile. The Iran-backed Houthi militant group in Yemen say it launched the attack, and the world is now watching to see how Iran may exert force through its proxies against its sworn enemy, Israel. Bert Plykin has our report.
Iranian-backed Houthi fighters in Yemen with a show of force. While only hitting U.S. and Israeli flags in this exercise, the Houthis say they've also launched a massive, long-distance attack on Israel using ballistic and cruise missiles as well as drones. The Yemeni armed forces affirm that this operation is the third in support of our oppressed brothers in Palestine, the spokesman says. Israel confirms the attack, saying its defense forces managed to thwart it using modern air defense systems. But both the U.S. and Israel have long accused Iran of providing the Houthis with long-range weapons. We got a rare chance to film some of Iran's drone and missile arsenal at a military fair in Tehran in 2019. As the Israel-Hamas war continues, the Iranians are now also flexing their own military muscle. A recent large-scale exercise aiming to show Tehran's defense capabilities, but one of the commanding generals also making clear the Islamic Republic's goal is to destroy Israel. Regarding the message to the Zionist regime, he says, in fact, we announced the destruction of this regime, and God willing, we will witness it soon. Iran's military is not nearly as modern as the U.S.'s or Israel's. Many of its weapons are U.S.-made from before the Islamic Revolution in 1979, like these Vietnam War-era Cobra attack helicopters. But Iran influences or controls scores of militias around the entire Middle East. which Tehran says it can mobilize to not only attack Israel, but U.S. assets throughout the region. In an interview with Al Jazeera, Iran's president threatening escalation. The events we're seeing in Gaza are all red lines that are being breached by the Zionist entity, he says. The killing of women and children, the killing of more than 3,000 children is not something that any human being can reasonably or by conscience accept. Israel maintains it does not target civilians in its campaign against Hamas in Gaza. And the U.S. has sent 2 carrier strike groups and additional surface-to-air missile batteries to the region. The Biden administration warning Iran to back off.
That we will take our national security interests very seriously. We will protect and defend our troops, and we'll do it at a time and a manner of our choosing.
Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Berlin.
Coming up for us, dozens of aid trucks entered Gaza.